Order.
Huta. Where she is.
Today together. Adasne wetine dutene massi sajona helu sinafe. Se massi dutene ajon thaude jon kletete. A me go dien kui desi sene zirjo goati got issue. Ajon jo gotlin de go ajon thaude go nata ge tiwa ge dera. Se ho tuajo go tsahti go ja ajon got inke. Se massi kaigonese issue. Galats e jig alagots and dig alagonese rasejo massinafe. Et taum is at a chewed as and chew mezit a hotini day. Et taum is at a chewed as and chew mezit a hotini day. Et taum is at a chewed as and chew mezit a hotini day. Senwetene semotega Marie de Gaia Jean Goti at isi se ho twetu deg and a hewanti. Masi dutene kai chas and is in a hakuna o. Sene is you a jona hegoja now to that dutene a jon hegalat uta. A major oven another gate, he sends in the lago canal, got on seco dajin not channel that I say what you are jona kakukimde. Say massi dutane ajon heg ala nuts asia, galanes utes a jig alanes you got anti, Asia say a jon sime a massi nefed, I say dutane ajona not idea. Said Tajak Efene Dani Zite Gown, Dejak Ene get Ajon Chicago any day. Merats and taunted and Dusanek and Adindi, Ami Ulhine go to seek Nafiti, get out now Hinena can an endi, Ulhine, I never Jana Hake and Endi Ulhinena Jayu, O Anele Hoti count any day. Nets the guy who led the guy and the notes in it take an ave. I need to say Tassa not in no kind even not in the Chofe Danila. De Gamarimo Nagots, if there's only Kani contact another 80, good in Kledzik as I take a cell on universe, eat a kagunt any day. Say Massi said the guys and I shake and say what you do to me. Let Anna let Arjun cloud and is like any this Asia Massi and Efe, Massi. A town is at a chew doesn't chew mesit a hoteni day. A town is at a chew doesn't chew mesit a hoteni day. A town is at a chew doesn't chew mesit a hoteni day. Massi.
Massi. Mary Jane Kids are Massi listeners John Yakino Batran Kansi. Minister statements. Environment, climate change. Mr. Speaker, 2026 the Hurricane Council will say the hatta the has the government that was held now see the contact on it. John you something ya. Could you have to wildfire the contact on see the had to hang last but then some note out the Kenyans do not do who to let they have contact on Charlie had there. Could you talk like who the government see the first my project had to get their new had to it's in there. The hang that on Chile the city the Kaya Street the contact on you something ya. Could you la on see the better auto the hang la see party ha. Do you have to contact the law who contact had that you need to see about the you to you have to call the lady that to bought out as you see to the Basala. Mr. Speaker, the hearing of the cheese is the better are Tato Atalita. Could you recall the Behedayas Q, the Fradada, Elizabeth Belias Q, the Atalita, the answers on your do you have to have Greek answer about the Kaya sweet you? Could tend to have Greek couldn't be a contact at the then says it you do you have to smart project from the teacher on Sanike Yaha. The beta seen on you, the beta contact at the hat over some opportunity, then Harlan Kano. Had that the heard that and she had the Kaiba Basu Charlie, the unit of Kolkata Katar Yahalo. Hatch no no Kohato Bati hello to Hungry Collar to be trailer see to Tato Kotakansi Batia. Could the module the Konsani yes you had any to have to see Batia to highlight on the Chile ha. Mr. Speaker, can you high city fire personnel to the Hana Kando? Do you like a Sakura? Do you have to the Hana Kahana Klino? Do you don't take Konkatesi has the Kaya Baba Suichasi? Do you see Nunzura? Community Welfare Protection Plan City and it's only Sentinel Yellow. Do you get a hundred last season? How to do you first one do you that safety hazard and risk management law? Do you have to allow the season on Zoning Yaha Hana Chile Hill? Kui tato konde ka tato konbe ka te si hato tata te ki tato ba ta si hato tate kile. Do you hato tata li tale te wi sa ba ha asi te wi si se ya to li le. Jani huni zil helu hata te go chala hata te ge ka te kaya ba basuti a yun te hala kana au betala ta si ha si se la a. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Minister's statements. Minister Housing together. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Could the routine to be territorial housing needs assessment? Could the report how you see to how you think yes that come all tasi the do the unit alten? Could the tata the queue? The hat was about Yakinut out, the hat of Contas, the hat, Janyo Tanikaya. Territorial White Housing Assessment. The hat to know this was all right, and Santa Sayal Delila. The 900 done cheesy, but it's the housing assessment. The housing plans, hello. Kuja Tanikayasi. The territorial White Housing needs assessment, how yell Yalila. The Hayasi 2000 get how Yalila. Could you recall it in city about how you see Ketagar secret chart you think Yaha? At the housing that is to be called on the Honey Ladoa, the will last answer. The regional legislation did easy to do it at Senate and hello. There is federal government not any had the sample hello this constant ha. Do you have unit in a balance all of the Taninke Yahan Chile? Could you recall you that they had to Betalita Allah Taninke Yaha? Could you report it? Taninke Yasi 1,700 and 2,700 quantity written. Il reste na bana alo kwa 1,030 kwa gold the 2044 could I identity not this year the housing that they see there 1,500 units per heli there hot up lanus right the hot con city hill the better auto that they see the correct the bottle it out the hena yake but the sabonita or you didn't be quite low. Hata dato si di baanzi atalita a di hain la cheese kalteta lyo di dato si de la bahar ni lesio. Could we see in 2025 get how's the NWT to be the government and 9 kilo to be no hain la ya. Keta garbener tiha di dato convert in sio dato batar asio di hat 450 den di hain la cheese ya hato te heta ya kilo di online survey. Could you have a key to call Tepe Hello? Are you in the report hall in Sula Barnot era? Are you can't you have to simple all dollar? GW House in WT to you get our yard. Do you convert a dollar sinister ya anila? Do you turn to house in need assessment city but all Tato Bahalta say it all? Had that they got correct to battle it or the the government high not choose the government to you not content to that is yet had that the report city Balanila that Delila the Tumbacono car that was the all in the Zoya Yesia. Had that there is not sure the Balta city but all is the Batarner so her not choose but honor so the contact you and contact Zalinka. Koyani, Mr. Speaker. Minister for Community Affairs. Mr. Speaker. Could the community government see the pass a law on the Kaya? Could you Pano Kunita card the Northern Territory Yakini Yale to Kuni Pano Kuni Pasi? Had that the kind of flood hazard maps to Solar Haring Laha Johnson Yaha? Could the flood maps see the Clavigo for Simpson or Huckler show, Huckler this show, the Hanny Butte? Flood massive Fort Good Hope, Fort Liardo, Fort Morfersino, Jean Marie River, and Tulida. I about not air 2028. Could the map see sample, but this is government sample, it's in the map program, who you see. Could it's a kind of Kuni Pancha, sweet, alo, the Hato Yakini, Yosa. Could you hurry get done a cheese car? There is a Kaya Su Chassi to Kuni Pano had a new Huni Zilo, but thought that as it got to Ludi. Had that to panic, I hit Sino, the 100 cheesy called Jessie, but the flood Mavzo, but Carolta Hall. Had that to recall that all this flood hazard maps, I see Yakinu Seo. I have done Chile, a government Canada has disaster financial system part that says it. Hato, I Hanuzer, could you flood my city, the Kaya Basuto, the GNWT, the Senya Halo, Jahana Chile. Could you put the mass without the Kuni Polinesi thoughts and what the I thought, oh, Yahoo, the Lesi Kuta, Charlie, who had that the better all the Hana done cheesy, the hell had needed that Asia. Could the Yakini Yasi, the Kuni Pansini, the flood map, Johnson Yasi, the enter department reference. I said, you had to eat all you got on Nasi, Department of Environmental Climate Change, the Department of Finance, the Northwest Territory Center Geomatics, Municipal Community Affairs, I la HCC, the project HCC. Could the Hana Q, the government, hello, the social government, I laid the flood map out, Taliku. Had that the Bacalta city the zone, the Alto Tala seen as we see Satorila. Johnson Yaha. Mr. Speaker, climate change by Yahoo Tilbury Charter. Hot all it's a Kayaba sweet charter, a Yahalazona. Yakini, yo land use panzo, zoning bylaws, the emergency preparedness.
Had added the community government to the sustainability government community plans no ne order law. Had added that climate change but our need la see the got one ha. Had added a honil kunil pansio to the community governments by health see lelut on behela jasi to the emergencies down to the Hansen Hill Pande had not test. You neither there. Minister statements. Member statement, Range Lake. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 through the Arctic Winter Games to the Athildo Bonidia de la White Horse in Nice and your Bonidia City to Iowa Satsano, your Sitanini and City goals what a had a Jantazin India had a low to Zanek Ayaha had at Street on Behelna Sanatic SU Kui sit don't do it out. Pasnio Kelo. Ku tweet in the behel another I loaded at oil but Israel then says I on sell yellow registration no a but couldn't I think queen only lettered at Usa Quisi. Is quan I tell what's her tilo song as I tell what it see on Latani than at the low. Could tweet the Arctic Winter Game see. Tanaquan, what's at the loaded at Sequoia Channing Tillos and at the dead at the Nacodas at only here. Had at it at the Nacodas, it is not the Becky quit its annual. Could do it and on it and only the at eluded and then a thick quit and a sick and hours at a sequi work out con out none it a Catolian load a quite an SLDA unloaded at easy and strengthen under that farm say. Do it on Sanchel cause now on a lowly. Ku etini sit at sports as another sit at the Nacodas a hunt on it and don't hat only had child left in a papa. Had a letter notes a government so harati to that to it at another and said to it at Macahalis in Lilo Toti and another and Lilo to it another cigar. Had that one Ayaki a share on to Tlaha rules so you had a holiday Sipagarla Telenes on the law. Had a sat or artwit at all ethic at the university, Lisa a banat a hatred as a chill causa. Had a one northern Canada Gayat and Hills another and a little. Had added a tennis on to that that a dillo to that signatures or a yacht is see I want to quipasi Celia on what with our song as had there noon how got no there had added and I think I but said there out with at least I am Papa strength and on low. I'm Papa Celia and Ozen Hagard. See, had a policy alien on Mercy. Mercy Range Lake, Member Statement, Frame Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. MLSO to public to the Natural Housing Needs Assessment or housing rest entered our minister to Galanasi Mercy listening rest in. Had I don't do that to big Galata say to the sense of Nanak Aya. Ku had the law to the federal government say to the Kenneson to the long term investment to Kwan Halagalana to that all on your into a sea. Had to Brazil into the law, had only to die. Then attack is at Giants into the corn seats on Cathada. Could do the case Giants and not has seen her. Could chat to that I owned a quan who lay her on the law. Could a non market or a housing what it in Lyon. Do it at the another, or do it at night, then a pescan sign seal. Had added a public housing deserts and an ARC. Had to do it at a log at it, you got to let now hard rental housing dead to public housing. Had added a transitional housing has in order to a regional center so to the then none it then at look at not they had it in a city quantar in. Had added a transitional housing at the Hallins Lin loaded as then I could look at not there, Papa. Had only John and Nina Charlotte Elojanat at the sea to that and Quan what they are there say. Had Adridani sit is Celia on Lutuda Quawat Itaka had had her in Charlotte Elelo had Adrida government say Kayanet in onto that Yagatala has say had at in a hot order Tampa had lot of Lutuda budget there. Had Adrida cabinet after hold the alliance kill your Kinil Yalo. Had that don't think I say to the federal state sampanilla onto the quantum kata territorial aya to be egalataha. Had a another chantana at Sani Teldetinit Asile Hallo. Mercy from Lake, member Grace Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, don't think I say has into the from Lake to the Contatini. To the government, to the pathfinding support, see, Kanaka, under the Netzenia. Koi, see to it, I want the Netzinil, to it, and so Dëne Sųłıné lot actually see they had a bit at the honor to the garbage at the la. Go to the 1/4 cool hat the sense of Nanak Aya had Utananate, the Lutu as what Nilo Conlat, the hell not they see at is it. To the GNWT program, say a disabled rest at Niha Allo. Had that to that week, a galat now say you see under the government AR. Could to that disability action plan they held in 19th Assembly 2023 the Banang Kilelo had to the Minister of Health State in the under that framework say 2027 Banont on lot from Band this all the little do action at clear civic egalata to disability held not the see papa had to that Baba policy at to that to Balagalata say. Go to that standing committee, sit the online Kuya Kidney Lab, the Human Rights Commissioner, the Hasadil, to the GNWT, a Haneha Island North Nilo. Mr. Speaker, could the Zinja, but still don't think about Payaski see. Do it on so when I lot or a Conhanelta Nasiu, a but a day on the law. Could to deport in Lat Ello, Giant Latin, Unzins in Latelat at it on non Tennessee Kenneth on Bananas in there on it on Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé call hello at the Dana say. At it our minister sitting at it's and cuddle the low a ye said ya pa so who let on it our minister press carabano there. Mercy great slave member Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Street Prospectors Behel develops Associate Canada Conference Nathia in letter work around Toronto. Kuisin as to that Unanki see to that Samba Gold Nilja, you to that mineral hell at the hot desert and Ninkaya Sampa Nilio to that Opec Egalata, a yacht AC investment Kaya. Had that to that at Kenazoya Kinil Yuntan Nilo to it at Uetsananek Ayasibetiha. Couldn't think to it our government of Canada had deal to that Lahasia Nesia to US and $5 million named on a $1 billion Arctic infrastructure fund. No, could you see some Batani lot a little bit Agalata? Had to that Ukwa to that Ula no not out they see how the sense and the neck I cannot but at some part there. Go to that some part sit to that and that will sit Kwa the duck go to that night private capital had there but Bernie lot a little hot ole. Mr. Speaker, to trade diversification corridor see to it, but on nights are loyaki HCC. Go to it, I want to see channel you, Borough, Gaslino, is it to Colonesca? Could but on near the low to it, I'll tell what is it just in the Tenana, what is CCS near. No get it, I don't get a Borough yacht is you, but I can't go on the signal hello. Had that the Arctic Infrastructure Fund see Sampala see Northern Development Ball included our transportation hello in the economic development kaya. Good to orange key to go. Had that to that in a something but I say how are the low. Ko tuit ajaya kinil yada lo don da recur in that tuit at sampar recur in that don zino seno zetia tuit sampar recur ha. Desensa nanek aya. Hat tuit Allah nonil la ha sesio. Hat you nedets and hather that tuit at sampatil silisi halo. Tenapa. Hat tuit a minister prescar hanatesta. Member Satu. Member statement, Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, don't think I see tweet Minister Siasa. Hat tweet at Ohio like a sequan tweet at Okwan Lagalata Sinazon Lat Adela. Tweet a local housing board to staff what on Nazon Gatala had Nilelt at Ogatala na Lenis Kwan Helagata Nasi Hat Ella. Cause no guess this another to the local board to the gar a sinner nil choloco. Had the letter that was down la lock at that is in a son tagar the belal silo. Could you another corner to that ula hasen si hat elelo. A but after it unlock at it is certain it ayakita hel silo to it abort bede. To the board members who staff at that opening last to that non quantar current that client suddenly say at the housing authority to it unlock it is it in it unlock linya kitalsi but unnecessarily low to it board petagarlo senator yakil silo at the housing authority sit in it by law say go to the board not sitting it to the housing authorities and it and yet and called the Luya Kini Lopagargalata hat only hat a little to unlock it is not lint Yakital Sabata Huni Lalat a little to it Quahalagalata hell go to that Qua at Elisigaru. Go to the local housing portal and sit in the policy. I no get by a kidnap, sir, that to that then it's around the town corner, corner, a to it a board, but say on it's any hello. Had only had a lelo. Had only didn't send to it and poor a housing helagatal and la sitting to it at least strength and sitting in Atlint a caltela elo. Had only had a ha on in ladele, but I don't see cancer la chaler. Had added that housing quan policy la sit a you at one in law. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had added to Pano there a deputy Bangares Karha. Mercy, Mackenzie Delta. Member statement, Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker, don't answer a seat on the mercy the serious entered that a law housing needs assessment. Had only to answer la Tanhase to the NWTC 2700 Kwan had the law Nilo. No, not I could get in there. You send a year on Nilo. It's in land. You know that's in Harvard. That's one solid middle quarzil in little tweet at the something in her auto. None it at that with a not there what it had added at the Quang her Nilat Elo. Could trade $150 million and at a new investment need on to that Sampaha transitional housing 200 at the Quan could look at 30 at it and Pahat letter it on a contact in the sea. Could you see how you pearl elo? A 600 on Nazoni the note and it's in the need at Ud at Sildia low. Pick a lot there. Go to the Sina Chalk, Egalator, housing or healthcare, workforce development, or economy, or poor new letter. Kutlanet at IOCC Kacha. At the road to the Nenot is Nilo Ayuleta note. Kutra see Donald Larry era to the Asa Hansen Sat Ulhonit you. I can't say to it, I a seat sign at El Hallo, no a hat in low to it, that let elo. Could do that case with that in case not those connect to a satellite in law. I had to not tell you to attend something that is not they say.
I've been
Could you class this in your starter? Are you on the Hallelujah? But I'm not what you told her. You class still by in law. Are you hooked out about the Raha Island? Had I did to Balata alone. Could you be a car? Cascade improvements had the Tato Baha RCD had to the Tessio to the Battle Taha. Do it in a Baha on it, you see, sent each other the Consul Sabaha. Mr. Speaker, do that to see no Bahani, the sea had only to know near rest in there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Young nurse. And you have a bullock. Could you need the member statement to be the host Kurlini? Are you need to RC represent the natural gas and could the minister the heading Targasham? Could the Prime Minister wait age on that island to Tata cause India that I know? The High Commissioner the Halina seat in energy product that's near Harris in Hindilo. Are you built from Delta? Are you had to see it say the superpower who call? Could the Prime Minister at you? Do we heard you do Hindilo? Could you only see a the global the energy front too? The birth the media, your birth, your fellow minister had you the energy of her crew. The could enter Bagalata Hatolila. Hat what in it, had read you without a seat about the lassie. Who thought of balloons were low? You see catch on it and the commentation. I'm telling you. The you not kids you the digital government salute and so government no had to beheld a care. To the business hotel corner. The superpower energy heat got dolly. Thought to have a little. The Mackenzie Valley private holiday in the Kutatse. Had the minister IT Island bus curhat as I need to see the energy panel must say. Member statement, Swaffy. Mr. Speaker, could the land Lisana Kisi, the bonus security, the night in Panazola? Are you on the not this year? Could the Tinchan Ninkaya see the Sanatesi? Land is not tell the community government. Are you come back a Haseo, so could any show? Are you thought not tell? Hot only could you know see the land is the better we let it the Sampala. Are you minister that DC Kosha? The community government hamlets of villages the Bellare Henya Kosha. Are you asking that to happiness in their Henya Kosha? We had only net on Bacana car. The corner then car, the high and the cheesy Johnson. Could they read and who let Charlie did on the consi? The you the listen, yeah, although they had to the need and Katahara Peskinuli. Are you burning the lorry decking on the dolo? Are you baddest on the it on Babasitasi? Are you some Pasane need to hit the had to let Loy had to Bataki at the Salyana? Are you night like on that AC for $100? Could it at AC at all? Are you had to have a little? The answers was a year artery. Could we need a cut to it on Beskinuli? Are you had to at least answer your door? How you have it illa? Could you easy to heat and all? Do you honestly had to know Johnson? I think you had to either. Could you property tax would not near all? Do you get corners so long as charter? Are you hot early? Do you lease land who call you the honor the something? You're not telling. Are you get correct to Nilo the Nikanate? The programs who had it about the city on the bar. Got the land channel system is all. Mr. Speaker, the Tobias curious into the Basatil. Could you another desi the Kuyo did on the news of Kuyo the not desi but killers on but set here on authors on your own. Do you have to sample your got here on Lila? Had that the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs Bushkar and it must see. Member from Day 2. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could you educate people programs here? Do you buy just curiosity? Do you have university courses then but that's it you? Do you have to call how to see her then how to call on you ha? Are you in the zone how to combat the counter ha? Could you but our quality how to applications to get the quality? The district office though. Mr. Speaker, I want to visit the city to seek on a car to the home ownership program so the honesty back on the hill, the preventive maintenance of education council, the Catalina say to not teach all. Could you public facility see the Barakalat Elodo? Had that the sample but without the emergency home repair at there. The internet is on the front lines to hot and Hanakana on the Dato that says the TCA. I eat on Belasio. Could the Sampaka on the reinstate on Yale? The without the competency, the Kaya sweet there allo. I had to combat signal you had the constant TC there. Had that all combat TC did the Hanakana allo. Could that all Yakihiti, the affordability, the Kildanio, the Batasi Alta, Hato Batalonia Allo. The housing NWTC, the indigenous government, local housing, the adult educators, you behela allo, the Hato Sisa Yella. Could you with our secretary, your city, Tanika in the city, we come such a lot to be at the Teha, the Sabaha Alton, the minister, the housing take other shapers current at the Masi. To another will there. Mr. Speaker, at Height Housing and federal government, the initiative $13 billion could you housing out, but I thought that the Canada could tend to Baltaha. Could you Canada see combat all dollars that you the control occur? Are you government? Are you something that curl? How do the houses see? Do you highlight all cheeses, but all dollars the control in the could you currently housing needs assessment see are you birth in law? Could you have heard the see the Canada home funds are? Could you house NWTC get out of this says it you get a hundred assist not the are you yet I don't know the sample capacity ha? Do you know about all the letter? Could you so say her seat in the heart of all that is he call hot or the bill can the homes be hill? Do you hear that cheese in the hurry lot the kettle about a kilo hot or is night there? How's the NWT hot or get correct? The whole social housing in the cities in the law. Do you hear the city office here and the hot or that is he coins your call hot or adult city be hill? Nation in the Zolela, they be a colonical. Had that there is some person last year, there is some $700,000 was current, the other to be law, because better than are you minister headers to English, then they change the tower in Lenny? Are you kept out of the Zohalicia, Bacola? Do you net how housing Northwest Territory? Do you tell about Italy Nazi? Do you hire la Calte, Behelu Italy in Allah? 2038 Kugel, could you cut in Giza Talata, Sabaha on Lilo? Dewey no te sampa hichu, dia tono pa hui la leto na te telo te haina tala chizike ya. Kuti le hapa paha ala te hato koe histiri insiha. Dewey Minister Briskara la teze, masi. Member Statements, Yellen Center. Kuti we kana karo la ram, Dewey Public Service City, the nuclear city, tuta te hate a. Hate a Dewey banas kiwese entonce. Public Trust hu yera. Kuti Assembly City ora na tenu te lo te 579 days ora bala. Kuti we tamba batali ta se cha sanen ke ya. Kuti we great chance the machinery government no. Hat ole te kuti do si all ta the appointment to atleti. Ay kuti do si retina. Mr. Speaker, the appointments hasele. Ay tango landscape leo ay te serao. Ti dato si pa ta si. Ti hato la beta se ha ti jinda biti hel. Hato di no ke si ti bypass process si. Ay dat esi Sano hit and the 11 hours the government that the government law did not on that class at the Henasio had that to read the Pahuni letter on the Yakia Senudra. Could the letter the Hato, there had to sit in Colonial Nudra, Tato Yakia Show, Kinezonet Allah. The author ya got on ya island. Could you get us on the some DTC to direct appointment? The hell had the allo, that is it. But all that. The red tape of Shell and the Ritato La Civic Alta on the second Lucia. I had a detail the appointments of Lizzie during the kid and loser. Are you not in simplicity also known as Cabinet DTC? Could you have a key to class in the utterly toss it to the bar? Had a caucus in the city last season or to safeguard easy heat in Allah. I had to tell thought the simplicity on the letter, easy on the high public that all does see. Had to do it, I was had this year her curl. Are you not to see all the dog? Mr. Speaker. Member statements. Any don't think is it. The member statement has signated. The health social the assembly is it though. I thought about how the Hayo Johnson Kayatana. The handy right, you know. I united for her the daughter that of necessity see her. Could the health cabinet control as a Hayuk only nigger? Hatte hat den hat desi ne hende iba basi ne lat desi bahar nilo primary care ayit ana desi ayit atelo kuti health care city but the health workers do the not desi o ayit serata yilo ayato desi ti anu dura ayi nurse helata le no ti hanito ayi emergency no dura ti hanla tal chizi per set alila. Could you be able to chat the regional centers? Had that the better audience and the Hato Banaki, the Sons of the Ha. Hato the residents on Yadi Hetiha Allo. Had that don't see ministers, health social must heal services. Tanika health social services. I that all on his own HTC at Hato density and the handy riding. Could they cause code NWT HHAA a Department Community Culture Innovation Unit? I thought to see the Bahurni's Hill Cabin community, you sit there near had that the Restasi Hana that she's the Tilotay Rini had that Asia. She had all that Asia that of necessity see her. Had that there is a hundred cano the CHO. I bet out there is Sidra Hello.
there to the cabin communities to the nurse Islo in-person care at that with iron is the other health worker sound to the sibit all the Akatalainaha. At that with all the otherness on the law. Appointments to the National hit in law. At that with Allah say Kenes on to the net set due to the net IRL suit, but the Harry chill not they say. And that that Ulla has said and the Hendek to that oil la say Kenes on ye la there had that the NTHSSAC unit 13 is on there. Had they the Nahani by mercy to say. Member statement returns to oral questions. Recognition visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Inuvik Twin Lakes. Inuvik Bootleg. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that with Atlancy that Staker in Ayuns occurred to the Minister ITI Perskara. To the GNWTC to IRC LNG held to Lat Udaik Egalina. Had that with a resort to the development to export shoots. Minister ITI. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had at next steps are there. At don't and held nas kelo. To the chair liaison, the LIRC to the chair behats ask you. As to the license holders, so to the Mackenzie Delta Gaya LG Field Gaya. Had at unit up a held na el key had a low. Had that to that Baconal car say to that Lahoni the Siga. And you would put like mercy, Mr. Speaker, I have mercy. 2021 say about high tight dealer to the LG Hill. Go to the ITIC to the federal government health lot or I hell nara to the Mackenzie Delta LNG hello. Had that to the exports by 2035 Disney law. ITI. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that to that federal government behel Nile Kisi to the ministers art as a behel Nile Kate and it's in yadara. Could the minister say or can has you didn't administer his strategic infrastructure sitting it like Egalanalo. At the minister see to the Isbeth Alchu that the feasibility study Eliase. At the Signal Kino there, I read it at the National Behel Nather at the law. High Canal Oak or the Behel Nile K to Atlanta and a Behelagata light out to that dog light out at Unade low to the Allah Hill Siga, mercy. ITI not they okay and you would put like mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that to the minister excited that Josie City at could you see such a member statement you have seen Lelo? To the federal government held with national Kayaga Laitalo. That Uda Permroda to the LG International and Hatlat Uda Ayuntanya Cordia Liatiga. Mr. Speaker, Katane no not in Telilo, you're not to ambassadors in not the you're not in Caltet Netanli say. Had to the consuls general so. Arctic Energy Resources Symposium 19 to Energy Zene Johnny Hintelo Ayun Tenetri Nenegayas Ayuni Hintelada Hat atwyd at oen onel caw dwyd at oen zone the new. Atene to ayun setarel caro to another hat the sense of nanik ayas nilo. Range Lake. Miss Ku dwyd a late paperwork at isi at latsen dwyd a sequitas. With sports insert dilo sa teo at the Arctic Winter Games can ha. Go to the municipal community affairs that like egalana. Go to the sequisi. Do the what the souther haga hat uli hatchal sit lad nay hat it. That ula patsetia is a qui. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Sit as a hell mother at a letter the application set or the answer qui at the hetelo bazini lese. Passport zuat SCC to that is what a galata sin is nunitano halnather lo no at the inlets at the lotana. Had added a safe sports kaya galatao. At added iron sequi cause the telos not desert code of conduct go you has a dilo. Good to that is at Nilio. At that with a form so what it ayun sildia a koi tau quant is sana lila denetin have the hello. Had that with us a quick hat to the haldi halt yanda. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that with at the city that cottoness a quick to it on hetella and the jasi. Dine aten hats et deal to it us and a little see to it and I had at least an a lila con. Hat added at the Koda Zahara, and then Lily Haga, Chalo, Tat added to the ministers, but the office chaos Sildi Hatulo. Hat added at Ani Hatilo. Hat added as a quipe health atrocity Hana de Hala. Municipal Community Affairs Minister. Hayua 700 athletes Kuhan, Lana Fetilat added that. Arctic Winter Games not de lo. Hat ayun ten papa ha an liade lo do it on cousin se qui cos not del ni then se ku nanit se qui bet dien chare at the rules gari ha de lo. November 30th, they are to at least in the Zinil Yesi Banon, but darn constantly Lilo hat a United Nani Kada Yagania hat appet, but darn con. Do it as a queer de lo. Do it a passport to applications or bank accounts or dark can't electric as a queen. Sate Sigante had added that the minister breaker sit our sits and 9 kilos. Ku to the ministers it is on Nenagaya to the sport north head like a lot not to the platform sanel to the ayun what is allowed to install an alnilega. Ku e but to the sequia got to jalo had kuseldi had to la high. Had at the sequia you had to halias in the zone de la. In the Thanatech at don't sell the other in the zone. Municipal Community Affairs. Do it at departments similar to sport northern continent to that application Selyata Garsa Lel Tennessee Leha on the La Hat Halisinha and La Hat Uhuli Hasin Lo Saba Baha Alo to it all Arctic Winter Games. It's a Tilla Natayum Bakurjan Yao to that Oyon, then a Zinil Yesiayun, then a heart, then Hats at the other low. At that rate, internet and health form say in say you needed no host a law. At that rate, indigenous sports circle, the Hunlin Lieutenant Sunken, you got a lot nada. Oral question, great sleeve. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. 2017 in 2027 NWT Disability Framework CSLDS Nilo. Had that to the shared commitments Nilo. Did that to government yet and Yalisu non-government disability partners hello. Hat to the premier no hell hat to that so you hell not to the government account. To the Baconel Cow research all analysis all the hat to a disability ba then it on can na say a so to the so up a got the light da had I say to it as a law say to the NGOs the behel na LQ to the clientele on God had I to it anani then it combats in the city behel light all to the look at their deal say it's into it at this and on and can help that now say had it the city but it did it had it answering car say ye see to it a hanina baba canus cow in it lost to the ne great slave mercy Mr. Speaker Premier mercy ha go to the government you know in that to the Premier had the dolo John Hanos near dolo had that framework helagalata how that ura papasno on you nether pa Pehlagalonaha. Mr. Speaker, to the framework egalata se Department of Health and Social Services egalano 2027 the baganont had added a framework at Ozampanont S Nisipisia KC 2028 the 27 had only to the framework agreement se atombek egalatalus baganont alleluia. Had added at next generation framework seed as see le anoide. Had a 2027 gets in 9,000 Celias Nilo Mercy. Mr. Speaker. Not they a key great slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, mercy in the sense that Uhat joins and Hainia said that pathfinding disability programs that they becoming called on the few you never their pass Nilo. Had it no now had they had to load to it lot up kept or on it not to it at disability then so when I can't help not the citizens Sanan Kaya had a senistano to the IO government see in its to departments or your kill CC I saw at the giants in the territory Kaya had that had to that framework Galatao. Kui se had that just another had that to the cross government as Sagata Laitao. Had to know SCH as a kilo. Had to literate as the trick framework Helagalaita. Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had assets and member statements had that to the housing board's first card is hiring like ayat Catalanase Sat Oa to it on Quantar Cursil to it RL in Siba Consulio Kong at LD sit assets and hate Dello sit as Dasser Carlo. At that to the Senan in Tere sit a hustle na a swan housing staff at a Della Lila Elodini. It's anyhow. Had add to the housing board Stanley sit on board cadet is he constant called there. Had at the hiring log air to that out and a quan but it do it already on constant low hat as he said. Had that to the local housing board that we are kid is on lot LLO. Minister responsible of housing and WT Mercy member you has Carse. I had a concert that on an got not universal card to the local housing authority down say board staff to it a hiring la quanta not there could not need not they sale.
Districts, and I see it in many of the BFs that are issued to the minister. And I think, again, we have to go back to the housing staff and the districts and also the authorities, and just make sure that
the housing service will see the local level. Are you killing somebody? Mr. Speaker. Mackenzie Delta. Mr. Speaker.
Hello? Hi.
Are you on the burn? Yeah, there is Queensland Jersey. There is a housing office now. The kids are killed. I don't see people in the could you stop and hurt a hollow? Hot only to be hot a little dealer. Let a bird need the housing policy at Duno Yaha. Are you not need to be? Are you not to coin that the DC have? Minister of Housing together. Could you be policy? Are you not to the bottle city housing services? Could you be a Satakio to alter or you not tell? Hat I eat on Queensland DC? The tenant relation officer, you better you. Are you had a manager call? Are you on the housing board? 8 dozen hat Emilio. Could you make Kenzie delicate Emily say till I sat a luli? Are you belong to the Emilio Lile? Could you hurry Lassie? Do you have to Hanaye on the housing below district level? The LH also, the Tato Bagalta Siha, the US Salat, easy at Altalita a lot. Masi, the Tayaki, because it's also. Masi, are you better near Satel? Hot or the Osmond or Yatulako? Are you could little Salia? Could the housing board get this is a lot of law? Classic Altera, are you that housing about us is tabulate? Minister of Consular. Could you tell Belasi to board get this? Are you better order? Could you staff at all here now? The hill, are you that will at the altar city call at you? Could you recall you done it in? Are you at least done it in? Are you bored to your application? Could you point rating system policy to solve the right who's a user on? How that the Sata at all? Are you at a queue? The Hahanit or the Sunny Truna Kiha. The return coins that they say not kinate to do it at a city and now hate you at all. Satu. Mr. Speaker. Minister of Strategic Infrastructure, you must curious here. Could you repeat that? The 3 projects are you not yelling at? Are you not Hakusat Liberty? Had the minister that he had told the Sunny Telco.
Strategic infrastructure, energy, and supply chain.
Minister of Strategic Energy Supply Chain. Do we have Sunny Telco? I thought member Ilaka Hatola de Ilakinaya, Hatois a Baha Islandry. Are you Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé? Do we call all trouble in sea how Johnson Kaya Sutton? Are you the Sadesti the Sino? Hat are you the Heli Dial or the Naka Hagaiku? Are you the Sando the Sini? Are you united because of the that's easy? Nuni Harlow the government and that's you. Are you utterly nice you? Are you united because of your city in hot oil to be not doing as literally to retain because of Shaliti? Do you have to corporation on the charge? Are you Johnny to the Baha or get ya? Are you RC? You get your Hawaii? Dini tati wila au di lasa baha au. Hata tani to ino tate kiharu ino. Masi. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Minister of ECC Prosperity.
You'll sit down and I'll call you up for the next set of questions. Member, oral questions.
One question.
From
Yellow Center.
Mr. Speaker, hopefully you won't Mr. Speaker, in the final months of the
Could we touch on it?
including any member who's been here,
Did you see the third term? Could the Assembly see the appointment to the Executive Council be held? I thought about at least I say, not that the Minister of Human Resources was crazy. The cabinet had your sala. Had that the Minister had the Adolo. Could the appointments I said no there? The get Casa could I did you see the direct appointments are. That's it.
Minister of Finance.
Could the direct appointments see the Hassan the Yakibagar Salau? I the direct appointment Yato the public service not either. Could the easy the internship to I the direct appointment process Yahoo allo. Could the international recruitment city be Yahoo? I competition process yeah had to seek out the city hand on Chile so I have be hello. Do we see to no yarila? Do we assembly is see to no yarila? I thought I see it how to is question banaski alila. Must it Young Center.
Speaker, in my experience, there are no
Could the protection still get a lot to be? Could that is equal to la? Do you direct appointments on horse cursey? Do you then tell Yanita had a minister had the total easy? Glad on here. Do we rescue had a seat to direct appointments on Loser? Could there be zero accountability at the legislative DTC? Do you actually get another as soon as you are in Halo? How to wait to government seat to accountability, but still not in you'll say. Could there be a hard to less than it tell you to you to talk to you that Babaki? I expect those a council lorry to I thought a secret to I public service how to that see her. How to wait to direct appointment say to that is it that ella. Do you direct appointment of the law? The Public Service Act, but Yala. Great out of the country to the Premier's office Behella, Deputy Minister Behella. Could the accountability to you see who the Premier had all so? I see an ilk hoa. How do they see it to Nayari that to Yaki last to the direct appointment? The Tango better Halia on the classy. Johnny did easy must it. Young Center. Are you this only? Are you persistent to the point? To are you that CC? Could the assembly think the news that the government total not on Yaki hits you? Could you public service reports the get Casasi to La Clayla? Had that the window deal to Earth Had to do it on the Sahel, you see. I measure Hati Hatolo. The appointments are cleared. You have to do the Mr. Finance. Could the rules of public service act you do you see it don't end there? Could you be not your kids allow the blackout period? Are you don't it was a castle lorry? Are you 8 hours? Is it are you minister like is it? Could you attend the blackout period? The kids are the yakinesi. How do the process conviction who landlord to get up problems when you see it? How that you be held a lot of accountability hello? How that John did you see John but not kissy? Then sometimes you need to see the height on the Johnson Yadi easy. How that there is near the head of cautions in it as not to ask my cautions there. I have to do it already the hell hello. All questions more free. Mr. Speaker, Municipal Community Affairs Kerha. I had the Kuti land you see to have to clone you see the medium family. I ten who let Charlie had a burn the dolo. I take kilo. Could you tell how to well how near to your state? I but that the letter. Premier. Could the lease the Department of Environment and Climate Change a color nalla? I but then Mr. ECC. Mr. Speaker. Could we catch our near now Kisi Johnson? The municipal land, private land, indigenous land, commissioners land, are you how you catch our see? Yeah, you have the potato ball to the legal registration with the ball dollar. The land officer is in all. Are you council, assistant council hill? Are you have something I must say? What we could you also see the key dollar the do that see we have to need to go on the policies hell. Had that the minister the asatelo. The tato ball tasia. The we also burn the yeah. The we sample how to hiking on the chaha must it. Mr. Environment Climate Change. Mr. Speaker. Could you have seen the secret only the secret only in the Balta Siha, the municipality, the government, commissioners, Lano, then something the new hall, the get up policies will you see? The Kabata or Banaya or the get up to the government will you see hill? Had that John has showed the policy at Tunas Lada? You had two house I live. Let the Yaki movie. Mr. Speaker, had the minister city, can hold not to on the city land is not Nichaha. Could you property tax you hot or you hot to protect the Johnson Yaha? Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Could the property tax the program see? Are you see say yari labasi? Young Left North. Mr. Speaker, could the member statement see don't say to you see what corner card the same? Do you answer on Kelha? Do you without the nurture? Do you that to die now? See the cartel? Do you call with the show the thousand bar see?
The homes.
Kuta NWT housing business plan, yeah. Dut what delinik galatas no hybrid model isn't it housing helagalatat. Kuta housing minister say. Lots at the Allah has said what delinik say. That would but notes it. To the housing kwan halagalata say you're lahayu la say that would yet earth here. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat at member hat dilo. Hat at quanta na ganilya se no ka her net illa quanta na ganilya to the higher latan chilta la se kulubitsan I lot it cool sign lot at Kuto that sets on the Kaya Kutan la Jala to Naka had at the sense of the Nakaya to it at the quantal color lilt at the quant cotton had gone a the Kelly con. Could it out. What Delanik Ayas a Kuluk a con Kulunesk Ayok and a Kulunesk el con cook el con had the quantanagan in Lino to hat ella. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. After the hiring like after the local training was at it and a hatanel kanawatelanik the minister said lanet at the training programs through at the hilagalata on year. Yelnef North, minister responsible for housing NWT, and to it Atasi. To the housing NWT ARC to that what Sagalita say to it at the hiring like at and to it Hanel Kano to like Edil net ill then no. The nine apprentices who had an Kano at it had to delineate a part delineate Behalagalita to that delineate go got the Dëne Hill at the NWT housing from Kayalia. Natea Key, Yelnef North. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat elected our minister no null hat there to look to that we are personal out and thoughts and power out to that the Natanal consent to a year higher law say Dëne yet or a theory is in Galanaha. Minister responsible for housing NWT. Don't adobe egalita say to the higher like air to the quantar curse to the quant listening loud quantar curse. Had to little the higher la say to the mechanical core system say in the seal yellow to the hatano that a lot is CC name. Good sense of Nanak air had to the quant got in a hall new to a untic elia see hat it a lot. Were for good hope at any yao. With Clean Town Development Corporation, the Behelo, could delineate in a hybrid design, say to that Okwaha says, good to the mechanical core system, save a borny lot at the loot that Kwan says, had at it at the sense on the Nagaya simple mercy, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Member from
Frame Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hot address at home housing minister Briskara. Hot address at needs assessment on ILQ doomed Briskar say to the minister says they had no snatolo. That would new to the needs assessment say to that federal government or Kerhat Sampa. Minister Housing for NWT. Kuta Turtle House needs assessment say to the quarrel to the federal government but I'll choose no at least but I'll choose though had at least to the online the something newly to the Turtle Housing needs assessment to the Bill Canada help to the year it's to that whole Turtle Housing needs it and it's any hello. Had at the sense of Nanak Ayaha to it on to cut it dark curse but at the Minister Housing NWT from Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Sini saying this also to it Atlantic ship in near house on to Atlantic rates all that to the quan. Had at in Hallicing hello. Had at the minister had the toilet to that old territorial house to the $150 million not at all. Yes, to the total investment no to the federal government it's something not all. No, it's something ilio hate ho. Minister responsible for housing and WT. In zone to the Bill Canada see to the see you had it a quanta card lo 50-50 investment kind of card. At Limashil say all to the Bill Canada homes on cut. It's a government very caro to the iron Hispanilio. You had to the at the later. Housing and WT. Oral questions. Member from Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mercy, Sinise, had to minister, say to the territorial investment, say the Behela Nilo Nezonlo. Could the Fed say, said to the honest at somebody in Lada Nezon Hello. Glat Uda to the 2,700 homes low, 10 Nilo Salo. Good to it, Glat Uda, you do the whole car, no, at it, I own tenant as competitive in CS now. Housing and WT, Mr. I did Aston Carse. But I get the housing needs is 2,700 homes, this is 800 homes, little quite sound there. At only to it on it, then a Bezini, Lau Quantar Cursi, a Bezil, La City, Hello, Carter. Had to it at Uhul Kasi to the Bureau Statistics sitting in Lalo. Had to the housing assessment on Kath. Had to it at Anet Aquan Lao, Ebeno near Kohain like ARC to it at Quanots in there. No get the net the Kuyu, Nesken Besken oil in the hell not delo. Kuyi suppress households, how call. Had to the housing needs assessment had it then a say combat at Dilo. Housing and WT oral questions. To another one. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Kuni Zog to the Minister of Housing Behel Kilo. To the Dëne Nation Office Behel to the Aquantic Alter Thada Concert Kiku to the Minister Hati. To the Nation Nilo. To Minister Berskart. Clat to the Nation's Held Night Killa. To the Bill Canada Home Programs gone. The Nation Hill Night Killa. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, see the federal government has to the Bill Canada post funding sets in the lab. Could to the Bill Canada homes are there to the Halicino. A judge listening to the KHO chiefs, a judge listening to the to the Bill Canada homes hill, how to the high level to nether will it. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Let at Dëne Nation Hill, you're not keenly. To the political body at Elo to a Tagalay na to Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, I see quite at Anunit at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, see rights notes and the law. Had at the federal government see you at top, but no hell na mercy. Minister Housing and WT, Mr. Sid Kujak, Minister Sid Government said. To the higher like the sets on the Gayat and Helagalas now. To the nation Helagalas now, Helesin Lila. How to literate our members to the Akacho Chief to the Bill Canada Homes proposals and a Lilis into Akacho Chief Civil. A high ladder, but it's a Minister Housing and WT not the key to Netherwilla. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Bill Canada Homes, you see, don't. At the National Clean Hall, Quantal Sia Nehadelo, Tlat at our minister say to topic Egalata say, Tlahater Lapri, Ain Lada, you know that Honanakai Cookets and Ha. Good that I transfer housing all the island in city. Aten to that Usildia Hanileni see to Barnont Air and Lila Hat Elutat Era. Housing Minister Housing at NWT. Kutu da Kwaha Galata sit a hiring like ARC needs assessment. Lana Cha said, you know, then Sakayan on air and look Ekar Hybek Galatarum Canon hello. Kutu da you support or you had it in hiring Latin. Dëne Sųłıné in the knock puts us and emulates it. Ko hiring like airport at it. Lots in his and it's in Canal to treat only la DC to the member mercy, Mr. Speaker. Member Decho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, situate Amber's car, situate the Housing Minister, Bur's cars, and to the Minister Nonal Hatia, Dulo, to that at the step program, Sepa, and on to, but Agalata Lajato. Had that with a homeowner spa. And quantity car contact in say, but can't say. Minister, similar letters, yes, it's a coustan.
So related to the question, thank you to the member for the question.
Had that to the mercy, to the Assurance Car Seat, to the SEP program, 2023, Kui La Talilo. Had that to the home ownership program, says. A banon at on the quality see thoughts and personal year and at only don't then set the online tenor curl to the quantum cut. Go to the home maintenance module city home program Kelly Lelo. Go to the programs at a higher Latin Chelsea per helper and lot per Behelata per neutrality to quantum cut quan use your Nilia. Mercy Minister Iha. Tlat era no pahor ni lat elected a program to County Minister a Petilia say tlat at la ahor nila. Minister and the Housing NWT to a step program in Dëne sequence on Kwaha online in that. Do I yun 10 years current low. Go to the program officer see on scene lot on lot to the applications Tanroa, Dëne Sųłıné to the home ownership Dëne see. Had that to the Quancy Center then the Zens on then get thought a yat and no pahoni, but no pahorni la ja. Nateyaki Decho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had elected a minister, your none to the home ownership, Salagala, had to the application and counseling, had added indigenous governance to the local offices to that and had to do that to that another program on the zone there in Donald had did and so. Mercy, Mr. To Housing NWTC to it are reviewing the home ownership programs next and to the Kenneth on the go to the programs and it ain't on it to the NWTC to it on the zone then sick on the ilchualo had that it on but it DSC. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Oral questions. Satu. At an electronic questions record. Oral questions. Mofui. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. That the ECC to the needs and cultures to the property tax and culture land lease that the Nina Nisi Makites and culture. At it ECCC office peso your land lease because that house is a land lease nasniha. Mercy, Member Murphy. Minister, Municipal Community Affairs. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At the municipal boundaries kayada. General tax assessment kayada. To the municipal.
That is related to municipal.
A municipal service, but a member at the municipal government. See, do you think I'll how to the leases on I thought the lease the municipal boundaries get yada. How to the release that the lease you call the movie. Could you see how get us on the hat here? Do department sell? At that Mr. Mecca. A minister see to be on the seat to land use not easy. You had to cut all yeah Allah. Could you on property tax? You know, don't get your key set on the land is not needed on there. Mr. Mecca. Could you municipal taxi? Do we get car hiring law? See, beheld the whole course show young level first time to new to Norman Wells. Do you programs will yellow the get car hiring law? See, Baba. How do we do in the net? The programs that they see her. Are you get that they see her? Because charge out the next assembly here. Are you had to such easy to remember? Do you have to with the comment see the advertiser? Yeah, hello. Oral questions, Dëne Center. Could our human resource minister see the remote work in AKC? Minister, you had to do the Beniti had the remote work that is it. The policies are local. Could you no not had to do that policies yakini just little patela that you could. Minister of Finance. Do you have your cost of crazy host yourself? Could it our remote work see? Do we policies or guidelines? Do you have to at least a guideline at all? How to wait till your computer get out all in there? That you see that's needed, Mr. Speaker. Because he's a lady. Dëne Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll accept the kind efforts of, so I'm not going to answer the question, so I'm not going to try to quit on that process. My question was filtered around.
Could you you had to do the policies that could you Minister of Finance. I don't has the remote policies guidelines to recover you call there. Do you know the supervisor help take you could you see to be Yaki to Ebenezer to either are you better office get your are you could to the Baha in a way having a done chili not there? Are you had to let there Johnny till the child? Are you had to Tony doing the bossy who yellow? The public service is on it and the way remote work at all Nazi. You can't all that and you had to double it on it the remote work as the low job. Are you only to tell and see how much, Mr. Speaker? That they are key, Dëne Center.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. She got to my next question about how we put controls on
Could that party because you could the public service and reports the 2023, 2024, 24, 25 go? Are you hati lutilo that all you lost it? Could you on remote atal nasi telling you the way by sending telling you so atal nasi? Are you have party lo that all atal hinala? Mr. Speaker. Senior the public service annual report of the law. Could you add the Seattle? Could you highlight all the report easy? Could the other territories see the remotely? Aye application si te kena to patu te Department of Finance ya hukela. Kuti that application ni yesio. Kuti policies hot on kuti we got all ya le to territory ke ya. Hata te we to. Te we thought department da yele erelo. Aye la fasi da te ni ganani te la. Hata te we keta gana te ha alo. Aye be correct te be clear report a set tori le masi. Oral questions. Member from Dëne Sųłıné. Mr. Speaker, 2014 on GWT on devolution of Brazilian Alero. Are you council leaders holding la beta? Hatta the housing form holding. Could you do the housing form to the application history? The housing NW2 sample ha it's any lo sample hell it's any. Hatta the ha you the devolution in Brazilian la so. A cage to the tila ye. Hatta the organization the nation kisi ha se a. The see the to see la see ha. The minister prescribed house NWT. The duplication is beginning la. The ya case seriously. The house initiative that they see ha basi. Minister Housing Secretary. Basi, aye has seen in Secretary. The NWT housing form hell. Could you hire in La Sansi the KHK out the techo? Aye be heli the housing form. The home behena AQ, the Atalata, the house NWT hell. Hatta the that was that kisi out of hell Atalita Sikak or what era. Aye devolution be heli hat or be heli kisi, Bezini Alidiri. Dëne Sųłıné. Mr. Speaker, could you attend this as a way for good hope to lose holding there? Could you recount the home funding Hasea Hajasanike Yaha? Could night and see the housing from Behilla? Hatta the minister was crazy. Hatta the nation held the Tasa George McKenzie Hello. Aye behel alta aye satwa bekono kha that behel alta siha could the housing senior their job government ba basi housing secretary minister aye has that also know the national Chipewyan start at aye hayon ta tanke ya housing AQ hat we the class CC the Dëne Sųłıné organization better not tanke ya. Do you have to the one the hell to NWT housing form call? Hat to the business start at the masi. That they aki Dëne Sųłıné. Hatta the zone to the nation in the town in the corner kia. Could you raise bids hiring last the decho kecho? The devolution be hella lila. Hatta the reselia alo down Banaya. Could you eat on devolution Bezini or Ila Hella no, I eat on Bezini honestly behel to the tilo. Hatta the that they see Bacona car, the sample how to betesity on the housing hill. Housing Secretary, Minister. Who's could your NWT council leadership? Are you devolution sippen nila? Could you eat our devolution be his the intergovernment council there? Hot oil, do we are Atalita, the Kitcho Behelo, Techo Behelo, the Harlan Chizzy? Do we are corridor you see the house in Hellha, Mr. Speaker? Minister, how's it called there? Must it? Range Lake, oral questions.
Speaker,
Could you some get a lot of you beton yellow? Set that you better auto no this solar the critical minerals of Johnson. March 30 PDAC, a still government $165 million to be known as the Nakila Canadian projects. $444 million to mineral projects. The British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Nunavut, Ontario, Alberta, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, out in Newfoundland. Could you attend the Yasi Totila? Had that the Minister of Industry and Tourism Investment in Secretary. Let that Johnson Yasi. I hear about Sampa, but that's the federal government. The critical minerals as Sirsa, Canada, Yaha, federal government. Minister of ITI. Mr. Speaker, the company see by Sastia Anil, the Nancio, the federal government, that Yakihal Nisi. Could it have you be healthy to Hatiniku, Pirak? Could you be some of the note I little only Kuchunas, the some of the I little. Are you better Yaskia Island that was a cursey? Member from Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could you that was Yaki City, Lahudisi? The Saskatchewan Energy Power Corporation. Could you cannot allow the Saskatchewan Hello Northern B2 Gold Project away Kenya Nano Clean Energy Designer? Are you Johnson Yala Pilot Helo? The foreign commissioner Yilla Sisapa. Had that the minister of the Sampa that AC in Setelo. Could you critical mineral fancy that no pa Golanasi? Are you Johnson Yasi, the local project Better Tia Allo? Minister of ITI. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Hart, and Beheli Talo, the Hatini Ko Hayum burst on. The Hayum Yaki niet on the code, are you using it? Is it the foreign vessel Hella? Are you Hayuni Ello? Are you Behella Talita Harit at the connection heat silo? The social government Hello, Environment Corporation. Are you on Behesi, Jata, Ninatal Nasiha? The Tayuni are the Baha on Peter Agnetti could on any Kikuti Hayum panel pillar. Are you premier Kusna? You're saying a queue. The way federal government and need the load the other social government killer. The corporation get our seats at Eki, our seat in a Pahodin see how. The successful components all on. Are you that was some of the decisions on Keleto? Are you using the Nalahati load the other seasons on Klesi Massi? Natayaki, Range Lake. There will be no other Naki the Canadian projects at the law. Could you only Kuchunas in some of the note on a had the primary industry tourism cities? Are you had to attack you? Had the minister had to tell Sampa to allow in see how any Sampa Nita. The Prime Minister Carney. The clinical manager strategy on Lucky Jonathan, Minister of ITI. Are you clear that those are castle Larry Ledo? Had to read the Behenis Tassat, but is a messy. Oral questions? Yellen Center. Eat a human resource on her correctly. Good to English City Public Service Annual Report. Had that during Naka, I see 2023, 2024. Are you 24, 25? Could you page 50 get the Naka report? How do you see? Are you anything? The regular permit, but not in law. But not Yaki, but Catalan. Internal mobility. The University Colony, the direct appointments. Hello. Had that during Naka, no, then 2101 ability law, don't just say, hatching 1900 during Lahonisi, mobility jobs. I let the government, the appointments at the public service and report.
Minister of Finance.
Yelnap Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At the public service section, a copy sets only at Uli Johnson Scott, let is. Kuyi ni inlet bets and huske anelo. At Uli a yabets and pangahas pagano, hell has seen at Uli, but ku April 1st, 2025, ku. At the appointment, so to it at Uhul Kabak at last let Erila. At the page 50 at the topic at last you on 63 direct appointments slow. At the program say to that Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. At that regional recruitment to the BCG program AR. At the 3 to 40% core. At the anake say to that direct appointments are seen. Nis ya hat le ke to that tagar to that utagar reportal ya mercy. Yelnap Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat NRS card. Hat with our reports visit all you see how to our report public annual report 2024 25 23 24. Nas kese. Page 50 report page 46 credit our scarcity Tlat at the Dagar case in the direct appointments held a galata did a standalone con did a minister seat in the between don't at report it to the Hayin Ladenism. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Air Natlion. Senior that with an toilet a Public Service Act annual report nes toilet. At to the who copy any leon to the appointments in the suit at the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Mr. Speaker, hot unanimous ill. Red Kanahani your Sambayella. Mr. Speaker, Minister of Finance, oral questions. Without no oral questions, how about non Edgersville car? Written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports on committees of review of bills. Reports on standing special committee. Member from Great Slave. Mr. Speaker, Hadnets is that committee at the report review Northwestern rules of the Northwest Territories number 3 at that giant it. Mr. Speaker, since it's in the Honorable Haber Results, it's entered noted that Committee 39-20 brackets 1 Standing Committee on Rules on the Northwest Territories. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. To the motion. No car. And anything no. And anything say. That's the motion. Member Chris Slave. Mr. Speaker, hot addresses in it all that I hear results that's under the committee report standing procedures on committee reports number 3. Hot addresses in hot deal. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hot I don't motion nothing. Neural car in the Nidanda. Kinkidalera emotionally. Member Great Slave. Mr. Speaker, just standing committee president privileges electoral Johnny's Zanek ARC Johnson Queens and Q at SEC Honorable River South Center New Committee dash forward brackets 1 Standing Committee on Procedure Electoral Participation. Tikila citizens on Ayaha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Motion. Madam Car Annie Dantil, Inland Dantil, Tikila Lesio, motion. Member Great Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At Zini, our honorable member South, it's in new. Ano senda? Inland Dantil, Tikila Lesio, or emotional. Member Grayslave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, they're not there. Had as a Zini Honorable River South is entered due to our Rule 9.4 brackets 5 brackets A. Members of Northwest Territory recommendations in the RC to Joyce Hati 120 days says in the had that 120 days says Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Member from Grayslave, motion Hale. Ani Dansil, Inland Dansil, Tikila Lesio, motion. Reports on standing special committees, tabling documents, Minister Health and Social Services. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, at the address it's new to the NWT Department of Health Social Service 10-year report health outcome. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, to the photographs that Quank to Tanagon Quank on say 2026 kilometer 40 Highway 3. Member Techo, Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, the British Columbia news article expanding cancer covered firefighter spot. Kunkatesi. At that job is Nahani Butte, Danny Ban, but Jean Marie First Nation Hall, to the Minister of Health and Social Services, say to it all. At that to that Nahani Butte, no, like Daha. Tabling documents, notice of motion, Yelnev Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, to not get notice of motions, it's an issue that to say Friday, March 6, 2026, to the motion is had as is any on when checks it's entered new to the legislative state to the government of Northwest Territory policy on. Increase public transparency to direct appointments to the ECOSA to the term care to the assembly care. Had to do that direct appointment without had that to that over Pasul ya see to that week to the ECOSA and all not see to the is that had that to the government Northwest Territory seat in that to direct appointments to the senior management law on it to the legislative assemblies in the theater to the cost out there. Upon saying had that to the government territory seat had that to the motion under sononons and nonons in Thessalia on notice of motion. Gulnef Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Friday, March 6, 2026, Citrate Assisini on sale. That is a range takes its entire new to the Legislative Assembly seat government of Northwest Territory C comprehensive crime reduction to that strategy that oil see had to that strategy egalat na hasi it's entire new to the sequit entire new to the after school programs so membership programs so culture land-based healing initiative to prevent crime. Upon state government seat in Northwest Territory C Tuta sitten te hela katala now. Te se ayu etsa nene ke ya se tut a hatarin la se tut a keneson ta sitten chu Dëne Sųłıné chu na son ta katala na ha. Hat after the pre-corridor the federal government see hat ukala na tuta sitten down ni se. Hat after the says honi la hat sech au e hat eta ka unha. Hat let is treatment ke au continents at the hatu. Hat after the sa hayun la ke ya se hat eta la se hat usi ten et tu ten a pasel dia de lo e tan et ten et had added a private security company say they had a license to control the other and standard of conduct to public services so yeah you had it at out and zone log egala na say to the security the papat isel dia the sense and nek ya had at the papat sampati kona ka on the community policing initiatives had added a municipal public safety initiative bylaws so it up at or also to the government of Northwest Territories C. Had added a crime reduction C the key to the law. Had added a kindness on it and on hat at you. Had added high canal to that Ugalata city sense and then a consented government sitting in a motion it's in healthcare on sononons and non in that. Notice of motion. Mr. Speaker, sit on March 6, 2026, due to assets assets enter the batch assets enter new. Had that rule 2.10 to the March 6 on knocking on to that. Had that May 27, 26 and had that May 27, 2026 that Speaker Papasat El Dayo General County the Executive Council Legislative Assembly held had added that all Kwan knocking at the institute as Speaker at the allo had added ona care see how to it's a business kaya katala nalo that ugalay say hat a notice of motion on that one on that children could could have gotten belonged it ma
Yep. Hopefully.
oh man I ever feel really drained out
Don't tell us. Long time. 6 weeks. Not too together.
It's just too deep, guiding. Or he can't even do guiding. He can't even hand in the songs. Right. Maybe they'll talk a little bit and that'll be it. Huh? Maybe they'll talk a little bit and that'll be it. We wish. Yeah. Instead of talking and talk about nothing in particular. Yeah. To go on and on and on. Yeah.
The tea.
I grabbed the wrong tea. Hey. Yeah, it's gone like that, huh?
To me, as the speaker,
Under Rule 2.24, hata sa diti sini baanzi dilti ha. Di hato disa sini ki anja nizi. Motions. Range League. Mr. Speaker, Whereas electricity rate only the key to how you can get ya no need the key near the jobs on the ya. It's all diesel the benil all the classy benil all the key road the class cannot you see the kiluga. The how you call it sent to $1,000 had that on you on the you see business see lunch see the only the key near the party get out of you. Had that you heard you do that alone to how to the electricity that is here. Die met amper niet door die ga je sorry rood is het zal die met al dat amper niet door had dat die dan het is dan ik je ziet die business zo die als je ziet de kinderen niet door die electricity ha had dat amper niet door die business zo die dan gewoon is dat deel had hij koe je dan business dan chillen ziet dan ik je ziet ayira baba als toe het in die kan die had op park het as the energy system city about the but the Northern Reach Initiative had that the sampa beginit the conductancy had ha there is thousand but that the electricity had that the national the second young center had that the legislative assembly the Tanzania government there is hot to see the sampa hello Tanzania business chile so sampa necessity the tato sampa bahul chasi the park tata the research protection of the continuity yakini the Tanzania the government the electricity and the but that is here power the key to the residents bow businesses bow could you mention other countries the business here not on the head of the Tenya? Do you have to some of the the transmission source the city is another year called the Golden. The energy source is going to call on the balance of Alicia, the 1,000. I thought the government of this territory the power of the heel. The grid reliability without the higher the batteries are without the artificial intelligence based energy management could you saw about all the about the kilo the had to partner Nisia how you tell about the government of this territory city could then do you can hold now to receive Pulisino Babata Baltaha the Hayo NWTK the three-phase power, the enterprise at the government, the government city could then do it, and the phone was known as sincere. Motion out on. Member from Main Street. Mr. Speaker. Had that the last CC, that was it, not easy to Tanikaya. The MLA. The power of the power of the kilo. Could the housing the kilo, the beginning, the power beginning, the Hayun, and the Yasi, and the Kinini, the had the L on CV, but that you had the emotion had to, but I accuse you seen about her nilo. I had electricity, the kilo was uneasy. I don't know any see the only song about get correct that I had a so. The 35 cents a kilowatts the call all the Hennessy 12.9 kilowatts the kind of yeah. Could you sample the part they need 10% sample near the but then sample has CCR? Could you tax out in the Canada? Do I think do $100 or $200 and I need to talk one. A year 7.3.1 national the hot park at Asiatel the Tona season the hot the part of a charter. Could you not have that on cheese the diesel it all the class? The key dolly had the Johnny Yossi the Sentinel. Do you know the power system that is here? Had that $138 million with the 2018 and 2022 then the $12 million or some part of the 2024 2028 then or you had to have a lot. Do you take kilo so did that had a to talk in la had that the sat was Celia or did that all it was in the zone lola. Could you read about Basitasi Sani to let us at the park but take kilo silly kilo? Hot oil about some park in our stall lessons to do weather style you see but trust to do kilo. A 20 kilo nila. Hot a CC that but still the tea out on the 8 kilo yaki 100 kilo. Got the subsidy some but kilo. You had to cut all your salad to the bar. Had to get a tar in illa. I better than a Sakuna Tessie upon real Lado Elo. But you put hot elo that to die city honey or had to unite and not a easy kid that's kissing a full building near Allo. Could you also not the tax and needs it? That's someone the Power Corporation. The utilities company called God the services are. Could you have not this it about Basitasi? Are you compa who let Jalo? Could you power our jaw? Do you secret Carlo do you but do you contact Carlo? Could you receive damaged equipment or the kitchen equipment or the point of service or could you wear South Slade the don't just as a daily city so that the milba who let Jala do could you borrow you think there but could you have to sound at the daily sample his siesta had to sample Nilo power but could you know the Arts Community Center at Yon Baton Yellow Department at Allah? West Sounds at the day I know the park at Allah Hayubatia.
Cultural.
Ada Batano Bahuni Lalo Haila Kusaming Pulu lit at Elo Bataran Carlo. Had there $50,000 nana near Senali had there ancient a city kilo at Edo. Go to the public safety, see, go to the connect there. At the college, I deal with giants and generator, I had kettle to connect though. Hayo tipat a dealer jalo work look at it. Are you lights net though to that a best channel certainly see at the public safety services serious and lawyer. A decade or low to the public safety had added a power backup systems at only in on a low. Kwa hatsin honey la another one in la hatsin contact in your account to the power at it to tear jala to tell that backup at the power to the hello. A hat was in had that power backup notes in. Could just see it on a zone lot a little jot design I connect as a non to the homeowners who had it up on the zone to using but coins I see but I sent the low. Hayon ten yaga haratilo to ano nahani puti nahani putka ya city hatilo birthday kilo etilo nanik Atena yon asite kiro de birthday kiu kuda ton topa hupapa toilet e chalo. Norman Wells at elo your Bernani Quanse to it aligning ebits and aning esiti hati lo asite kiro e nilo. Hayon asite kene. Ana te kia nei o hatu tena te at o tentaral na leni se papa hore ni la lat elo. Ko te ta pa te ta lai lat in the sidat e sit in the zone lo. Ko te pa chauli te at elo tene et atan tene te o kosin te toya pe on lait na le te do hat ane zone le he te lo tsamba tlampa on let in te tsamba tlampa te el te ni lo. Hat e te da se kan ka la tau. I say hello, I had to
are supposed to reduce costs for households.
had added this is just a neck a night this year sit the key to you know you anything I cannot then get the at low. Had added a sat or added a Celia onto the subsidy see. Then it's a due to that all late night it is Celia. Had added a energy program so you the behala later alo. Had I was a title onto the tax that I knew sit. Had added a like it's all Hayua to connect that then is on the low. Cool John to the had news in it with a business on Tansi. I thought, but thoroughly, no. Ansin te kiro, kona ni te kiro, hayun si te kiro, had a nana telling low. Had added ampathita said, as an haratere low. Sat o atu Silvia. Coacharil Caro email so at administer but I'll kilo. Ko ayun sit at o at ela o at o bakala ta het ela taitilo. 2026 at on tagarat ila. Had added a motion ni chikil ganit anse a situate at unezon lat LSA ya kipayilio a Silvia had a low. A haitera. Battery backup system so con. Doit a business kaya the doit loya business dollar stuff la se the backup system so hiring like aya te na te se te ayun doit at u but it delisi to backup kaya ha had Kuwa Hamlet of Enterprise another see here the hajalo to da kuil pana you kon you seen through at it at there don't think another did a safe power no it's Kuyun naga wet at Southern Canada kaya say journey at week I got I na say papa a set at little judge 2026 kaya had added as subsidies like subsidies gonna kire ne it as subsidy that at the kilat erejent plan hat in the ni dana had added a short term relief at ino hits and illa lo chan to that ubik behelagalita hasi hat urayun nani teo to it contact to lights tsungkas had added a short-term relief say banayel ke onto that uhunetini tan season Kua yung sinek niya da lo to na na kwana new to castle na new per nice new na se power the nice new best channel na the nice new na scan by you at you want sit the kiro John na te. When it's the said the peanuts in it in the babakan near lo like ain't to say child care lo. A child care at the kwan had la say a it is it doesn't have the Netherlands on the light kania. At the sense of the neck, I say, you are seeing no Pahuni Lara. Kui sick at the Nani, Tennessee, at the note at the Kainana, tell her Haiti low. Hat no allo. Had a 600 lot at a loto. Ku chunk egg artery on a zone at LC jump on a snail kilo. At that rate, I want to say to one how. Go to the minister responsible NTPCC to DNS in lot LLO. Had that rate at Uhni list Hunilla Sigan Sisapahada. Had that do that system ha answer as on lot LA. Hayong book at all the Lucha no health another on a zone sigan. See the could do it a federal support program in law. To the feasibility study what it got all knowledge to the federal government say. Had that to the economic development and growth in the territory. Yeah, you want to see how to seek a galatare. Kua British Columbia kaya tinit at uwi kagatala nasi at tuwayat and no sipa pa horni tilatinite. Kuno ni si tinit at ka una yat nuno ni tezi at sa nan kaya tekinal ni hat yot let elat elelo nan ni hada. Kua si kagalata sina kere chan silya den tekilo to hatsano to el hat ilda backup. Hat uli yon nats and hat ele. Hat added a pilot project Civic Egalatalo. Hat added a zone Senate SU. Hat with the energy battery system Kayal Yada. A year there to it, I can't say to the late net at that with a hat il halu hat son hat elan hello hat jada yun power black out on the hello. Hat address seek Egalatare, who let a seek song Egalatauli, to that Uhunetin then see hot there and the sense of Nekayapa, you want see at Etch Art Galata. Had there to that clean energies and Agalatalo at you hulsana there the loot at Uhunetin then see. To it stored out natural gases, energy, what it. Had a chance to it energy system at all, but already lisi te kilo a hat or a halya real saha on the sense and hat at it a motion hilting lo a tunk at the kilganil chute. Had a don't at or sick a later say at number on a zone a year real data. To it a short term to long term truth and bar. Nearly 2040, 2050, Kutzen, I thought, Olo. You know, not telling how they load then and on it. I don't have to need a government say yet until no just not telling in la. Kutzen, it isn't on any ayon, then need to load some patrol seal, but at it's some pahil see a hat or a hurry in la. At that with our energy, the take kilo. Had you begasikit no there you who chorus to the motion. Yolnam Center.
Illinois Center. Thank you.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. To that member range Lake C. Chu. I thought Panayal Kerelutre. Had a Jahilag Janat at the Sitant Atanitan at the Lubulisha. Had added the power on our kilo units entry at last and netida. The key did Good, Mr. Speaker, did the online in to what time Parliament a $50 power bills nilo. Kuja Salona got on no it's in January. Is a jar to lights and Good lecture co-op in see Japolis chat. A holisin. At it on a Bahune La Seal. Power Ronald Ketayunt on business dollar city nilo. Had at your height the hustle that had at it administer responsible to the power corporations and
Because frankly, when you invest, not just tens of dollars, not
could somebody lara to seek a
dollars, in some cases millions of dollars,
no kelly million samatana yellow. Had at it our power see.
such significant demand that
You see that the key in a sina kill call, a tana kill call. Had added a consumer Stanley City up a Bahuni Lalo.
people complain, well, geez, the prices of milk are high or the prices
Good, oh, I want to see the keys nilo nanik
because of things like
Kuyat elo.
the
Power
power. So here's
the kilo at that in the Sibanani the key lay alo.
and don't worry for
Had added a lakeshore,
Mr. Speaker, for example, the lighting system keeps
lakeshore insurance listen.
is inconsistent and they
Had an zone at elo.
$100,000.
So no $100,000 hell. I to concern elo.
Quoted around just a meager 40,000.
40,000 anything but I'm not all.
Constantly restarting, updating, and repairing.
At the computers or to the services or to at a usenal in or to the late night that then is on that no get plant up its in for
Within the store is
nothing aids no get on low a call cool to talk I get to lights and let the door you couldn't see the nail of your power the co-op nothing a job bullish check.
warming equipment down that aisle, whatever aisle it is, you're looking for your deli stuff. Well, that goes down 4 to 5 times a year again because of the style of power we have here. As in the
Kuyat eluded iron burrow to at the Sinani City Kid Sijan co-op.
compressors, Mr. Speaker.
Ku your nanning is only your copper your fridge your dozen and a little to apero to the sujic ozo to the sitani yes you neck asa g down leo. Ku pizza holy that it was in a cathia hella and her on look at the head AC at the canea. Ku you had AC to that a light net that the thoughts and net that they back up it's in the day you want per at a sit and on 10 the in that below to that program see.
Well, that's because they get fried all the time, so they become weekly issues because of the style of power we have. And in other words, the style of inconsistency. And again, the canopy. So I did said I'd mention Hay River. Wouldn't want to leave Hay River out with no intentions of wanting to do that. Recently, they had to replace a refrigerator compressor. It was approximately just a minor $25,000. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the costs impacted directly by one agency or one group of stores, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is, who eats those costs? Well, the organization, which means at the end of the day, the customers, the same customers that pay the other power bills. I mean, cost of living, as my colleague from Rangeneck has pointed out, is I yet to see a marker where they put a post and say, we've solved this problem or we've rolled this problem back. I think in the last, since we've been elected in 2023, Mr. Speaker, and I stand to be corrected, and I certainly welcome to be corrected. But the only thing I've seen roll back is the price of fuel because the carbon tax is removed. But outside of that, in the federal intervention, I have not seen anything roll back. Now, The government is subsidizing the power corp. I guarantee you, if we had real competition of producing power in town, people would move on. That's what real competition is creating. We need solutions. We need ways to approach this problem. Because it's almost like we're so stuck doing the same thing over and over again. Any thinking outside of the box is just completely dismissed. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the fact that they're putting in the battery system in your community first. I think that that's a program and an idea that, quite frankly, it appeared it had a lot of resistance at the beginning, but thankfully it's now going online just in a few short weeks, and we'll see how that rolls out. I look forward to Yellowknife being another recipient of this option, including any other community that we can sort of make it the right fit. And I'll certainly support the expansion in any community to ensure we have reliable power in all our communities. Could we save money? Absolutely. The government could start with something simple. Help the bottom line by getting rid of the PUB. Just say, thank you for your service. We'd like to wish you well. And then get rid of all franchise agreements. I mean, why would you have franchise agreements in the Northwest Territories? We have a birthright power. Everyone is in on the same page. We all need it. There's only really one provider. So if we want to save on the bottom line, the government should just take out that page that allows people to do franchise agreements and just end it now. I mean, why do you think what happened in Hay River happened? ATCO fought tooth and nail to keep that because the money just keeps rolling. So my humble opinion is, Mr. Speaker, is they wanted pain and suffering through the legal process. Make them pay and change their mind by taking them to court over and over and over again until they give up. Well, thank goodness the town of Hay River didn't give up. I only wish the city of Yellowknife would follow their example, but they just renewed their franchise agreement. Mr. Speaker, we have to find ways to make power more reliable. We've talked about batteries, AI, living on the dream that Tolson's going to save us. If I'm completely honest, I mean, I think it's a great academic program. I worry it'll never come to fruition. I mean, they float $3 billion today. It could be $4 billion by 2034, 2035. Who knows? And I think ultimately the question is, in my humble opinion, it doesn't matter if it costs $3 billion, $4 billion, $100 billion. What really matters fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that is there a customer that can pay for it, that rationalize that cost? Because I certainly hope that they just don't run the line and say, well, just add that to the ratepayers. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things about this motion that are right, and there's a lot of things about this motion that are super right. I think that if the government wants to make any strides, it still has a year and a half, 579 days approximately. Don't surrender, don't give up. Look for meaningful change that affects the everyday family's bottom line. Because when I'm knocking doors and talking to people, and the first thing they ask is, what are you doing to make my life easier? I yet to see any affordability solutions that have changed their mind. I mean, if the government, its idea of solving cost of living is buying somebody a house or rent subsidies and whatnot, but that's not the market. The market's out there. We've got to find base solutions rather than Band-Aid ones. And I think that's the fundamental problem here, is that stability of power and affordability, Mr. Speaker. And just to finish up again, my colleague from Range Lake's right. Over and over and again, it's worth repeating, is people are leaving because of affordability. And if this isn't the biggest red flag, I don't know what is. It's certainly one that we could ask ourselves. And we can deny that we can't get power from Alberta, which I think really is the question of how do we do that? How do we link that together? How do we talk to Prime Minister Carney like the Yukon does to northern BC? And legacy projects like that may be outside of our typical affordability, but when you look at legacy initiatives, legacy infrastructure, and changing the narrative of the path of where we're going, it's things like that that will make the bottom line much more affordable for people over the longer haul. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I will be voting in favor of the motion. I mean, it would seem weird if I second it and don't vote in favor of it. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues already called for a recorded vote, so I look forward to hearing more from many others and their perspectives. But we must crack this nut because people just can't wait any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The only center. To the motion, member from Framley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the principle of this motion speaks to several things, namely infrastructure investment and additional subsidies into the system. I am supportive of the parts of the motion that speak to infrastructure investment. I made a statement about that earlier this sitting already, and have requested a briefing with the Minister of NTPC at Standing Committee to speak and learn about that initiative in detail, pressure her on the items that we think are important, and get moving on that project. I am happy to express support for the Minister here for the various efforts she is leading to modernize and stabilize our grid, as is encouraged by part of this motion. And as I said already, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to that in a statement earlier this sitting. Part of this motion also recommends adding new subsidies and supports to our system. I think it's important to note that our system is already heavily subsidized by necessity. Just this past year, Cabinet approved subsidies in the tens of millions to help stabilize rates and not shock the system due to the increases required to cover the costs of additional diesel generation we've been faced with due to drought. Mr. Speaker, if residents had to bear the full cost of delivering power in this territory themselves, we'd be in real trouble. So I think it's important to recognize that the power system as it is already involves heavy subsidy. I appreciated and supported the subsidies Cabinet approved at that time, as I think I, and everyone in this government is concerned about cost of living in this territory and protecting residents from shockingly high year-over-year increases. Nobody can disagree with that. I support Cabinet considering further supports in the future as need be, appropriately weighed against other priorities and expenses and balanced against them. Mr. Speaker, it's really easy to stand up and promise things like new subsidies. Of course people would be happy to see more supports. Who wouldn't? Making promises is the easy part, especially when you don't have to cash the checks. What is more difficult is finding the money to support those promises and balancing that against all of the other needs of this territory, including the very infrastructure investment this motion is also calling for. While subsidies can help reduce shocks and are necessary to ensure cost of living remains manageable in this territory, I think it also needs to be said that we can't subsidize our way out of this problem. Where do you think the money is coming from for that? So in a system that is already subsidized by a government that is already in debt, I think we need to be careful about promising more. I'm not interested in making promises I am not sure we can pay for and just saying it's on the government to figure that out. Mr. Speaker, I've reached out to different people who I consider informed on this issue and asked them for ideas on how we can change the narrative that we are living in right now with regards to power. I respect those opinions. I shared some of them in the statement that I already made during this sitting. I'm going to let that statement speak for itself. I shared a couple of ideas that are just getting floated around. A couple of members have spoken to a few of them already, and I'm happy to support idea generation. I'm happy to support doing everything we can to address this issue, for sure, with the caveats aside that I've already stated. Mr. Speaker, without changing legislation, and I want to be clear, I would be okay with changing legislation, I just don't think we can do it quickly. The directives issued by the GNWT to the NTPC Board and the NWT Public Utilities Board is a way to address current issues of planning and reliability using the existing regulatory framework. Furthermore, I think it's important to emphasize that the work the Minister is doing with strategic infrastructure and the potential for federal funding is really key to getting at some of these long-term issues. The best way to improve reliability and maintain costs is with federal-funded infrastructure projects. If we can use federal funding to replace aging infrastructure and pay for new infrastructure, such as grid-connected transmission line that customers do not have to pay for, then we can introduce time of use rates, incentives for customers to use cleaner electricity. Those are things that can help us reduce costs. And it's really worth noting that those infrastructure investments themselves would also be a subsidy, because residents can't afford to sustain those investments with their power bills alone. So we need help. I'm not denying that in any way. So really, we are talking about subsidy either way, whether it's through infrastructure investment or just handing money back to residents. But I think we should be really focusing our energy, no pun intended, Mr. Speaker, on using the little funding we have on stabilizing our infrastructure and making investments that will help us correct these issues in the long run. That's really where the value lies in my mind. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken previously to my thoughts on motions and how they are being used by this Assembly. When used sparingly on key issues of collective resolve, I think they could have value as a tool. However, with the frequency at which they are coming forward, I think they have been reduced to functionally operating not much differently than member statements and questions. Members speak to their thoughts on the matter, and the government responds. I haven't seen much evidence to convince me that motions have been effective at achieving their aims. So to the principle of this motion, I already delivered a member statement and questions on items related to infrastructure investment, which would help us stabilize rates. So I'm fine to support that aspect of this motion, as our rules and procedures require me to consider the principle of the motion itself when voting on them, regardless of my thoughts on the tool. As the motion is non-binding, I am also okay with being clear what parts of it I am less comfortable with and allowing those comments to inform the government's response. With that, I will express support for the motion with noted caveats. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake. To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not support this motion because I do not think it provides any value added in our shared quest to lower the cost of power. The sponsor of the motion said that this was an attempt to create kind of an omnibus motion to try to address all of our power challenges at once. So within this grab bag, there are some sweeping recommendations that I do support, but many of these are in fact already underway by the government and the Public Utilities Board and NTPC. And there are also a few specific suggestions in the motion that I'm afraid I cannot support. The only thing in this motion that would actually lower power rates is the proposal to further subsidize electricity rates. So first of all, my understanding is the government has already recently announced that it is further subsidizing electricity rates. And I firmly believe, similar to my colleague from Frame Lake, that we cannot subsidize our way out of our energy challenge. It is fiscally unsustainable. I also don't support the idea that this government should take on the role of sort of an insurance provider to directly cover any losses associated with power outages. While that would be nice, it's not a role that any other government in Canada has taken on. And there are indeed power outages in every other part of Canada. And if those governments don't have deep enough pockets to compensate everyone for all losses associated with power outages, then I hardly think it would be responsible for us to take that on. There are steps that homeowners and businesses can take to protect themselves and their appliances from electricity surges and outages, and we can continue to raise more awareness about those opportunities. So integrated power system planning is
power helagalata se papayon sanut alo. Motion Yahatira. Had to a Public Utilities Board to behel dinit aik agatalahe nalo. Had to a Hotayun through Naka whole yellow to the JWT it's internal. Had to a that's another letter that electricity art in her city since an renewable energy infrastructure investments. Had to that chest thought as had sonnet ello to that Ku at elalio. Ku to the motion paya to the technology helagala notes at tilo. At that that's it, that's in a child the galai in Nilo. Had to lead to the renewable energy to a battery so backup hat it and as on as net in a toilet, huh? Ko can't into but or alcohol to it anet at the power at in Lissy to have ton at Ella. Kui but at the one ya had illa. Short term holiday chaos they had a hello. See let's and had that. Not that to some part on but they had that. Some part on that. Precaution at last and to the federal government says I know nigga you know passy nothing no sano in la hat a la. To the federal government say hat at it I you real easy to the energy chaos to the federal government no but I like ni ha on the low. Hat only poor ni lat to the investments. Aya to the Tampanilia has said to it at Unes Unitan say to it about power at Elha. It's a sat o al yada at un at a kelt elia had you outside ha on to ya kill se on lo. Go enterprise by held another low. You say to that your power to that o has tonic LC to that a ton out a little testora. Ko to the naka power seat in it I got na hard ni low. Ko can't you never had their let their can't naka power out in one ni low. Ko to it set there at a hiring like at a bird in series in the Kenazons and I in the hot did it low. Ko to the energy security helagalatai ha low. Had at it at Ojan motion in on Sipets and Tarsnilla. Remember Great Slave? Mercy to the motion had a good joins in take you to power infrastructure replacement. See, take care of the law. Go to it up to the motion on last case you. Ek earth a hundred stiha. Kenes on panani draw. To the concerts and it at DC. And that don't sit to it and no pa honey loud tillers in la. Hayun keset si panayal kia tlaganayal kiu tlapetiun leo tlat aril ay haitia I do it out of budget sit there. I remember tlat up no on lero yeah. Could it have been that to the not case in low set out and say banana solo I see not case in the nothing outside in chua to coin in counter power in contract are in had that the government said Asahitela ano yakidil se ano to the agalaita se ay halyani Dëne Sůłыné go to the way I want to have it there on had that don't chant with a kanekasi chapel and had that the motion CCC but enters nihala to the motion Moffat. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, and WTC. Is it on the Salat a Cholelo? How to sit the 6 years car? Could to the Nagoda at the Nenek Aya, Big Ilnia, as a Tenagotan. Janate had a big Ilnia on the Lusato to the Hansipaquano out to the quantity the Garlelo. Kuyu nagat internet language azen kintelo konbets in a quabets in low. Azen quante direct kido quahans ek ekarnet skenda a nakele mil azen ek nilo direct quan.
We are seeing more and more families, not just families, it's also the seniors or the retirees. They are leaving the NWT.
Kunani Dëne Süütë alfa lag enain teo to lat arresta jare et nahi tel nagatelo. Kuwe kwane that to kwansi tequila. Kuja 1 bedroom sijan e police chesi kalimilu nakelimilo. Tlat utu tana koza hunilsi nandana to lagani yara. To ku harin latan chilsi tiat elo et tekidolo. Halatan hasel near to the harin lag ayats intent. Kunaten tenagala nalitan a quan aswasi tekidolo. A chestnut near ha to birth and nourish near on you. Are you on sinas near all the quant in us new? Kuya bansan but et the hulita garbets et the lelo. Hat and a zone lelo. Then it's at the lat hat era. Go to the fuel sub at Chesto at Chestnut need to only has Nilo on nether. Go where rent your neither there. On a substitute allo. The killer nice Nilo couldn't hard quantity in there. Situate at Utist how. At Sampa say tha lat ele tilo. Naketsin Sampa all the other naketsin at Tilo. Hat Dëne hat elo. Berna is new con. Hat el debits a light bill not new con. Ko high no there. That's not the orange kit in no to a light bill see the kit yeah. Het als enjoyed a hatana kodea. Not that to a 6 hourly milk hana need to a power. Could you answer the sea? Didn't answer some panelite after the girl now? You had income support yet. Could income support another there? How you na pasina nilo? Nakalis and sinas nilo. Could you tell a log at that? Is it a hat tilo? A tequila hate tilo. Had elder to the power bill what and I not need say. Cause notes internet on her did a law. Could not tell us it about like it after Nayet Nila on the Kiro. Could you light and take at the Altatana coins and you see a ton of loss and die all. Mercy. To the motion, Sato. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. See the banners knee at with orange queue. Hiring like ARC, you take kilo, the sense of Nanakaya. Kuyita. Do the government says subsidize us in order to naya seats and to it and as on at there saha. Had that to the hiring la pahela last now se papacita se. Could do the motion you. Had that to the motion is in it. Had to let that to your kid last seats upon the son lat ella. To the Taurus car ha. Compensation to the cause of power net that there, light net that there. Do the government say is in the claim is at least India has not had some power net that there. At that to the procedure to the motion on say a no to Hellesia. Sit in it. Queer co-op nice through. Nothing y'all. ayurle tsena yu pertil yelo hes ino to light na tada. At etuit a seat and thoughts in that gorgela percentage ayun seats earlier jalo nanik eise. Kuter compensation on yada. At etuit ayun see a lassie hat ill head lassie satan a decade or a lo nani. Kununi ayun layanet they say a big nuni no quantity out in that teeth low. No get thoughts, you know. At that orange queue, John said, go to the government say, to the commercial business, kaya hello snani lo. With seed programs, kaya. At the bits at Thursday new, to the compensations on at the bits at Thursday. Hat only to a motion to that uye that utet isi sapanezon lat ela sanal yara hans abazatarsne. A ketagaret and your newness on the how to the compensation on got mercy. Member Sato to the motion. Yelnef South. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat atun to think a city kithala. Hat atut a mover at the dista to the Yanayak Kikusnelki. And as it all a seas catot illa. At then don't Thayas cat illa. Hat related our energy assassin. Hat atut a territorial city to a horny law, Gillian Lujans in the details say. Mr. Speaker, don't. Higher lot on a chill say you had it in low backup it's ended up. A North American energy system kayak is a like 40% say North American energy helagala nailelo. None sense and that you none sense and night there had a ton at low. You the testa had no get cool out. Go back up there, do it as and test all that back up in no do that. Could you take kilo low? Could you banana sir low?
Speaker, our major facilities, our major energy facilities were built years ago. Talton was originally built for Pine Point Mine, an industrial consumer that could actually afford to pay for power rates. Snare was built originally for the Yellowknife Giant Mine gold mining. And Bluefish was built originally for Miramar. That's who was funding our big energy projects. None of those projects are around today, and we are now left with what's left of that infrastructure. That's what's holding us together for the communities that have the good fortune to be on those systems. So, Mr. Speaker, it's 100% agree. It is a dire situation. I can't go back 20 years. I don't know what discussions were had in this House at that time. I don't know what discussions or to what extent energy was at that time being put forward as a critical and crisis level thing that should have been dealt with. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that some of the energy systems that we have are overdue for being fixed, overdue for being overhauled, overdue for being looked at, and that puts us at a disadvantage because it means that now here we are with so many challenges and so many needs spread across the whole of the territory, and we're having to do everything all at once. But we do have to do everything all at once. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect to some of the subsidies in the meanwhile that we do have in place, I do want the public to be aware of them. There's a lot that actually does get put into our energy system right now, which, Mr. Speaker, that money comes from somewhere. We're either raising taxes, or we're cutting programs, or we're not doing something else. So every time we spend $1, we don't print money in the Northwest Territories. We still have to maintain a budget. If we go into debt, that is still, we have to pay for the debt. So there is a fine balance in here somewhere, Mr. Speaker. I can't just say we'll just spend more. just give more. It does not fix it, and I think one of the members said it's a Band-Aid solution, it's not a base solution, and I totally agree with that. It is time to get to base solutions. It's overdue, but we're doing our best. So that folks are aware of just how much public dollars are already being spent. The 2030 energy strategy between 2018 and 2025 invested over $207 million in energy initiatives to support reliability and affordability. Of these, there was about $16 million that went to cost-saving initiatives, and which is a cumulative $67 million in energy savings for residents. So, again, a lot of the money that Arctic Energy Alliance puts forward, Mr. Speaker, is in areas of affordability, of energy efficiency. A lot of programs are programs to which the public can actually apply and businesses can apply, and I can't encourage people enough to go to that system and go to that organization and see if there's opportunities there for people. We have put in about $37 million over 6 years to support some of those programs. But again, Mr. Speaker, a theme I want to start coming back to is the role that we can all play as leaders. It's to really raise, I would say, a collective voice about the urgency of the problem and to be right-headed and honest about the situation we find ourselves in, because for a 2-year period, we lost $17 million in funding from the federal government to these programs. And we were told it went from funding energy efficiency programs over to funding heat pumps, which might work in some parts of the territory, although NRCan's website itself says they don't work after -25, last time I checked. So again, we need to be united and consistent and clear as leaders when we are speaking to colleagues in other parliamentary systems, colleagues within the federal government, anyone else we're having the opportunity at the conferences we might attend, at connections we might have, about what is the reality here that we are facing. And that was one of the realities. The work that's working, because the money got put back in this year, quite relieved to say. GHG grant program was $10 million over 6 years, and public housing provides Housing NWT's energy management strategy to support clients in public housing. We have, of course, the Territorial Power Support Program. This means that everyone who is in a thermal community, or residents that are outside of Yellowknife, they have their power rates reduced down to be at the Yellowknife rate. This was $8.8 million in 24-25. There is the GNWT's Rate Equalization Program. This is designed to equalize power rates across the territory for NACA-supplied communities, down to those compared in the NTPC-supplied communities. This is a smaller amount. There's not as many, obviously, communities that need to come down. Outside of Yellowknife, it's only $0.15 million for 24-25. Last but not least, there's the Government Electricity Rates Program, Mr. Speaker. And what this means is that the GNWT can, in NTPC-supplied communities, actually pays higher rates because it helps keep the rates down for residents. And that comes in at $6.9 million for 24-25, Mr. Speaker. On top of that are the shocks that we have seen from low water, and from the attempts to actually change the structures that we have. I know another one of the members said this accurately. When we're paying for infrastructure, when utility pays for infrastructure, that has to be paid in one of two ways. And it is either the ratepayer themselves, which means they're paying even higher costs, which is simply not tenable for all of the reasons we've said, or it can fall to the government. And so, Mr. Speaker, we do have that when the Inuvik Wind project had some capital cost increases. That came at $38 million. In 24-25, we announced yet another 4-year subsidy program to deal with the low water impacts, as well as the inflation coming out of COVID, $48 million over a 4-year period, 3-year period. And now, Mr. Speaker, again, and this has already been referenced, is another $48 million, or another $30 million is anticipated likely to continue to support the GRA program that we went through recently, and the rising costs that are coming in. Now, that brings me perhaps briefly to the PUB, Mr. Speaker. Having some sort of oversight and some sort of external oversight to power rates and power costs is standard, and it is a good thing in the sense that it gives everyone in the public some assurance that the rates and the expenditures that are utilized in a utility company are evaluated, are considered, they're tested, so that there's not excess put into that system, and that when the expenses are put forward, that those expenses are expenses that are justified. Mr. Speaker, I will also say, And I really do want to highlight that these are the subsidy type programs. These are the monies that are being put in to keep rates down, to keep rates manageable. But that's the today solution, so that people aren't paying even more higher rates than what they were. The Yukon is facing a 30% rate hike coming up right away, and they have some significant challenges in their supply. They are unlikely to be able to supply the power needs over the coming years, so they have a double hit coming to them. Nunavut, I believe just today or recently put out a news article that they are $30 million in the hole because they don't collect all of their accounts owing, and that's after they provide significant subsidies on their fuel costs. So all three territories are in a tough place. All three, though, Mr. Speaker, are working very hard, in my view, to try to truly change the narrative on power, and are often speaking with one voice to the federal government at federal tables that I'm at. Finance, infrastructure, energy and mines ministers always and consistently raise with the federal government that they must see the three territories as different. The history of infrastructure here, as I said, the three major infrastructure investments were built for the mining sector. They were not built as public infrastructure. They were not constructed the way power lines may have been strung across different parts of the country, the way power lines may have been opened up alongside railway routes and highway routes. We simply don't have that core foundation of infrastructure on which to build here in the north. The federal government now seems to be changing things a little bit. There is the Major Projects Office now. There is significant talk of investment in the north. The Arctic Infrastructure Fund is now starting to see itself roll out in a meaningful way, so we can direct some of our applications there. It's all good news, Mr. Speaker, but again, I'll come back to what I said earlier. It is urgent that we all stand up as a territory, and as a territory say to everyone out there that is listening that we're ready and that we want to be taken seriously, that we need to build this country north and not just east-west. There is some really exciting work happening between both utilities, NACA and NTPC, working together in terms of the integrated power systems planning. And I know one of my colleagues mentioned this one earlier. I want to highlight it. Again, could this have happened 10 years ago? In my view, yes, but we are here today, and we're making sure that it's happening now. This is an opportunity for us to actually get a meaningful handle on what this territory is going to look like going forward. What do we need to make sure that in 10 more years or 20 more years, our kids aren't standing in this room and asking who made what choices and who did what. We're going to keep the rates to where we can today so people can manage, not to suggest that the rates aren't high, but we're going to plan for tomorrow. And that work is really exciting work. And it's also exciting because those utilities are working together, Mr. Speaker, coming together and putting out material so that the public can respond. I would encourage people to check this out. It is online now, and they are beginning those engagements. We really must get a handle on where this territory is going into the future, and what kinds of ideas and options and opportunities there are, and how we're going to find that balance between affordability, reliability, and sustainability. The three things don't always one to the other equal out. They can be challenging offsets between those three values. But there's other things, Mr. Speaker, that have kicked around forever and are now finally being looked at. Community intermittent power renewable generation caps in the thermal communities. They've been capped on the amount of renewable power that they could generate. Those caps are too low. We need to move them up. We need to encourage communities to be using creative solutions, and that's what that is there for, so that they can raise those caps and allow communities to generate power in a renewable fashion. At the same time, we need to then bring that into the system. So independent power producers and participants on net metering, let's figure out how we're going to manage these systems. If you're making your own power, how much are you going to pay? How much do you put into the system? They're not easy solutions, Mr. Speaker, but we cannot kick these questions down the line. Again, these are the questions we should be asking ourselves and focusing on as leaders of the territory. And then figuring out to independent power producers. Mr. Speaker, there's not a policy for independent power producers. You can't actually be in a situation where small communities have to one by one sign on and come to some sort of an agreement when they develop interesting and innovative solutions. We need to make this streamlined. We need to make it easy. So again, we can look back, and we don't typically in consensus government tend to say, well, that government didn't do something. So let's, but Mr. Speaker, we can only say today this territorial government can do something. Obviously the GNWT is the one that responds, Mr. Speaker, but these challenges are whole of government challenges. Every elected member has a constituency that they answer to. we have public that we answer to, we have contacts, we have connections, we have people that we are in touch with, and we have ability to access. We can all raise these issues. We can all speak to these challenges, whether it's with our own residents so that they understand, with businesses, with our community governments. I'll say just a couple more things on the big projects, Mr. Speaker. Tulsa is not a silver bullet, but connecting our grids for 70% of this territory is huge. Connecting our grids in areas that there are now serious interest from major industry to pay for that is also huge. So it certainly is an important project, Mr. Speaker. But there's also, we have recently signed the Nalini MOU. This is with the Clecho government to advance the Lac La Marque microhydro opportunity there. This has been kicked around since 2009. That should come to this floor of this House, Mr. Speaker. It's important that that advance. Mr. Speaker, there is also look in Dëne at microhydro. That should come to the floor of the House and it should advance. There's opportunities for microhydro in Litzelkay. I would love to see that advanced. It's been years that it's been sat around. We have all an opportunity to bring those issues forward, and I would certainly encourage hearing those ideas and opportunities here that can make a real meaningful difference. And beyond that, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll just conclude again with my last comment, which is around the partnership opportunities. This territory has an ability to show Canada how to build big things better and differently, that we can do it in partnership with Indigenous governments, in partnership with the people whose lands the wires will traverse, whose lands the generating capacity is on. And we have a chance here to show Canada, to show the world that when you build the big things, it doesn't have to be the way it was in the 60s or the 70s or even the 80s. So I would implore us all, as the federal government is looking at us, talking big dollars and looking at the MPO or the Major Projects Office, we can all stand up and say that we're ready to be partners, that we're going to figure out how to be partners, and we're not going to fight over the pie. We're going to make the pie bigger, and we're going to make it strong, and we're going to bring it power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Dëne South. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Range Lake, do you wish to conclude debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the members, well, most of the members who spoke to the bill, especially those who said they would support it. And I want to give a special mention to the Minister of Finance who gave the response on behalf of the government. This is not a situation, like you'll note, there's not a whereas clause that says whereas the government is not providing leadership on this file. That's not in the motion because I don't think that's the case. There's areas that of course, we're advocating for that are in the motion that maybe aren't being done right now, but there's suggestions on what could be done. But this is an area where I have confidence the minister is aware of the problem and has plans to do it. And it is an opportunity to have the debate because that's what we're here to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's also not a whereas clause that says the government has infinite resources and we can spend like whatever we want. Quite the contrary, it's about choices and about strategizing and about focusing on the things that matter most, Mr. Speaker. And, we need a proposal before we give something up. In our consensus system, we elect a cabinet. They're the ones who control the money. They're the ones who come up with the proposals. Then we consider them. That's how it works. So it's on our job on this side to we approve the spending, but we don't design the spending. So we need to see that come forward before we can have a robust discussion on what we're giving.
Could do the contingency fund for business ada? Jump hard deal. Ada to the late night that to the Sambatlant and Natcon will let own Sambatlant the bits in God the load. I heard Latin Chelsea. Had added the contingency fund said Laha Anlo Papa. Had the Nakes at you corner. Air there to the can't say 2 hours on then to the Anat there to the Udek on Sampan at during Kerr to the Latu at Sampan nicely had there to Dwi insurance na ni to let a lot a hat uli a let a keta garben ni ha hanel sin don dwi at ubet a 30 ha se. Kui si dwi a si dwi at dwi a Canada AI sin Canada AI the latzen dwi a kunna na titlo. Hat uli don dwi singa nil a tlad nadro. Dut awa Canada AI dut another sino ni lat elo lijan on it a naite si pek egalai tau a. The insurance policy at illa dut at sampa kane kare lo. Santen at sampa tabets in la jalo dut te kiroa. Et asilia answer Mr. Speaker. Et atira. Dut at sampa lo at sampa asin ara galatare. Hada dut investments o at it si di sampa si kanilya pek egalata. Hada dut kepet or ali siniten si dapat silya on the power dapat or alu pa. The later kan. Kutut emotions o at ebek egalata si bek likido at great on ebek egalata lo. Hadley dut bills the north is a jare in nani si but nane ha alu e chuset elat elucha. Had at the papers been sneer LQ, Pana LQ, a egalata ha anse. Had added the energy, affordability, and security situn chai on LQ. Had added a government that week egalana CFTO. Had added that oil year it's us in as 1 year in a charter. How you want to unrest only see her. Had added our motion had a sassy giants in a zone. Could tell you where you on it. Ask us could ask us get rid that or galatas in it it's an ayo hat or galata and then it at no henity listen to that or sibit early sit a height there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At there 100% to administer Hati say. United and clear voice in there. Kaya kick is there on a K Aniston. Had address you on low. A saliare Nazoha. With Dëne Sųłıné our governmental, indigenous governmental, municipal governmental. Had address you and all to that. Kui si tuit ano paseke si tanagani telo tuit tainia tuit at una pagalay na lesin halo hat ura it's el kia antuit antena patilt isi north a. Hat uli tuit our motion at lesin but I use tisi kayon asisil dia ele. Asin kalat ese. Could do it last and do that couldn't see do it later can all look at last and do it administer do it a primary percussion a petulia. Glat ura to LDH. Air the mercy the same. Do it on your motions enter Nisi. I don't a child the other in the zone center. Mercy. Had to the sino panezona tepe at anezonat LC snelli. Silio Pesini LQ Silvia. You had to the government Catalanaldo. Had a chanties until they say, okay, you tentan rest on the road at was season can I say. Mercy member Range Lake. Had I recorded votes in it on any than see no kid on any than see no she. Member Range Lake. Inuvik Budlik, Mofui, Frame Willig, Mackenzie Delta. Tunither Willida, Decho, Yelnam Center. Inlani then Sinushe, Great Slave, Yelnam North, Satu. Antliki Thylese, the Bacha, Yelnam South, Cam Lake, River North, River South, Inuvik Twin Lakes, Nanat Put.
Motion is carried. Motions. Notice of motions. First reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 45, Civil Forfeiture Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Rule 8.23, Bill 45 is deemed to have first reading and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills, first reading of bills, second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole and bills and other matters with the member from the date show in the chair.
Committee to hold to order, Committee Tlanocena. Inuvik Budlik. Mercy, Madam Chair. Taking down 448-20 brackets 1, 2026, 2027 Department of Finance. Ayapan Baga Anont Eha. Committee Anidano. Mercy. That feels like Uncle Ow, it on a fraternity, the first item gone nail here.
Welcome back, committee. We have agreed to consider table document 448-20 2026-2027 main estimates. We will consider the departmental totals for the Department of Finance, which were previously deferred. We will then consider the borrowing plan for the government reporting entity and established borrowing limits for the government of the Northwest Territories. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have opening remarks today, Madam Chair, to support some of the discussions that we've been having over the last several weeks, and want to thank members for their thoughtful scrutiny and approach, as always, to this process. The questions and the insights that we hear during the Committee of the Whole review of the budget is helpful.
Hat edrit at u limeshik ayabek egalai tapasine kisi. Madam Chair, don't drink like hada. At edja kisan sits Madam Chair. Hat edrit asi banel kisi gan. Hat don't drink like hada, Madam Chair. Hat edrit members descends on nenek ARC. Due at Uapa Helagalata, Kenazon, Pelagalata, resilient at healthcare, education, adjusted new land administration. Had added a Kenazon, no Helagalata, had at don't say. Could treat an Ayon Sampanit on Sibits $135 million need to at 2025-2026 main estimates. Government of North government said you need a Bonson City Sampaik any on $40 million. Had added and as it's due to the JWTC to need $30 million need on data. Had added at Utlis Kwan Helagalata, Siu, had added at Sampanilia, see to the Sikh at Helagalata special clinic services, so speech language pathology, see to the grade kindergartens, grade 12s, and to the protocols. Ano to Hanet at Sampanilio at the Lotrit at the budget yet at Sikh Galata. Had at the federal government sitting it at within but not any law. Had at the families or to at but to that. Yeah, at one treat at what night treat at Sampanon in not all had a lot of the federal government say a Sumba Panril in law. Had that to keep it or on internet law. Had that as it's on the neck to health to social services system that oha on sinazon then helagalatao. Had that to that child care program so the helagalatalo that's a quick odd nisi. Didn't the federal government sitting it up didn't up but as on the law. Had that to the federal government didn't treat at Sampa another letting it it's uncalled law. Had at Utsampatanak Aldia say yet and budget holding in letter 2027 ha. Had that to that child care program say a Kenneth on thoughts on her own but the sense on the net then not to see it or see it or see it had Good rate Ion Civic Egalata Cedric at December 2026 Cedric I healthcare panels Jambulis Chase Data Kenazon Sono Ada Ludrit and Helacatala Hot Adrit our framework the roadmap or a hat is June May June Casilia Hanilo Hot Adrit our framework Egalata Siponizi had a low hot Adrit our city but all the Elliot Akatalaina Hot Adrit a nurse to the nurse down to the practitioner so but at the citizens on the neck ARC. Kutrit our regions Gaya Situate on Sued Nilo Kawat Ehel Natis Nata Nasi but Eti Hatiro but Etarte. Had to our GNWTC to our own to our net and nurses in say nurse had a lock at the field you had a low. Ku to a unta garnet trilliat is in India, then Helgatalana had to die in GNWTC leha. Had to the Satan to Abbot Atanet unten a zit is not suit and see you had a city, you not knew the key had a low hat only a big egalata had a drizzle yellow. Ayudeta Tagare to hit us in a medical travel had insertil Halelo Hajara. You knock it in. Had to the city that Utan Helagaleta city medical travel see at Donald had a low. Had to the sick Egaleta Haditi see you had up on Nayel Kirilo. Had to the healthcare services not surrender in Kenesun and Helgata and Henry Lagayatan Chilcho. Had members the Haratilo descents on Nenegaya to the labor market, GNWT in diets and Caldra to that Galata to the education pathways down new literacy screening or community based training down new had that with the national log at the Hallelujah. Kunani city on the Liscon city, Liscon not deal with the Hanel Canada loaded up. At that to had Arsenal the fall 2027. It's a May June 2026 seat in Banakil. Had with our former CLC that the facilities dollar see transferred all yet to Lieutenant Sunkin hiring like Ayan Nenka. Had Anthony Street at Uetek a hell Gatalahina Street at some parts on Kado. But at the Street at JWT, I is entering Hadelo. Had with December cook at with a Baranont Eras Nilo with a pathway for construction. Had to Hanet El Lase Janyo had Ello, Madam. Had that indigenous government citizens in Ohalsi to the Mackenzie Valley Highway Kuluate City Ayumpanayal care. Had that I thought they Baha Ansu to the environmental assessments who are you net in lo net in lo. To that some part there you pick an Indio to the Allah say. Had that at December 2030 there to the after Lahoni the Hanitanada. Had with our Tolson transmission line seat, they had ill, they had LOE, but at some Pahaseoni than a delo descent on the Kayat on that in say. Had with at the Nations in her occulted only see the beheld another law. Had with a JNWT in the committee sitting it and thought about her on then see the environment to at Paconal Kasi environmental, cultural, economic considerations on earth. Had that to the NGNWTC to the something her or hell a galana hawe Beaufort Delta Zeno. Had that to Kenneth on Kennan regional chaos then hella galana had a low had that to the Mackenzie Delta LNG project Unidigon. Had that to the at Izu at the housing Ulano to at Israel the no the Banakia on low. Had with an apasi Papahuni Lalat Elo to the Department of Environment Climate Change to the Housing Northwest Territories Hill. Had with at the Nason Sin sitting it Ani had it and I sit and Caldral Yada with Ani to Nick at and Quan says you had a cigar. Had known it John Central Government if a hella got a late low. Had that with a standalone seat to that Central administrative. Had that with a Central Harley Nanaka City at higher la tala si helicopter la halo to ECCC tin but hat e honi de hat lo to the regional ke to da but asi ha an we pesha kon to na ke ga yetsan to da la honi de hat elo to da frank channel to da bridge c snl ya to HNNWTC de ke ta gar but as ha an hat elo dini yasni hada yeah. It's in the services officer hat iti hunin hinta halu to da peshakon hat that doing that one pana kill to da GNWTC tin da a kinazon tan halagala na alo to da justice or health to social services so a watching channel and to that in I hire latana chill city hat ha hat to da gama to sikacheku tasit natel tasit natel hat to justice hill to that u tan halagala na si GSO gao
Madam Chair, while not every request can necessarily be fully addressed in one fiscal cycle.
and later that said to that I want to but it real in see ayun si sel dia on the letter that la kaida ayun senun te hat lo ko to anet at some point say $30 million nint are lo to at least kan hala galata ha hat to ayun asalia lo ko to say hasin lo to say samba ke galata no the sin lo e kan hanel sin to that but some panel ya say to alail si hatiti si ga had their mercy no listeners into our member see had that budget so to had little at Hanilia Sinners on that had our cabinet kaya had that jumper real caro drug committee after holding in but as in that is so clear unit in law. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had there to the minister John witness his time Larry in la. A witness witness table ganita. There to the committee see to the ni ayun pa ya la see to at least ka committee see to department finance department summary get 157 ya kia lao 158 and 159 and honey bella la pagar karo to the their committee to Department of Summary Finance Operational Expenditures total 2026-2027 main estimate $354,984,000 committee ani dano and Mercy Committee at that to the board to the financial at that to estimates bella to the upon sensitive at some part na kanal yesi bet agalata ha had that Chinese in Baha Tilo page XVI to that at some part na kanal yesi to the government of Northwest Territories Sound Corners Correct.
See no further
Today,
questions or now call this page.
added a page boring plan C. Reporting entities suited and at some part in the canal year suited government of Northwest Territories and to it arrange KSC $1,088,950,000 committee any the no.
Thank you, committee.
Mercy committee.
Does the committee agree that?
Had to that committee see to it apaganon into that table down 448-20 brackets 1 2026-2027 main estimates.
Member for Inuvik Bootleg.
Inuvik Budlik. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had to that table 448-20 brackets 1 2027 main estimates. 448 brackets 1 report al yahut at the components into at that to the bill gone.
Thank you.
Mercy
The motion is in.
had to the emotionally
Question has been.
had energy car anything then the
All those opposed,
ilani then say
motion is carried.
on the emotionally.
Table document
Table down 448 dash brackets 2.
reported as ready for
What does
consideration bill. Committee, this concludes our consideration of the table document. Thank you, Minister, and thanks to the witness. Thank you to the Minister. What now? What is the wish of the committee? Member for Inuvik Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the chair rise and report progress.
The motion, there's a motion on the floor. The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Member from the Decho.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 448-20 brackets 1 2026-2027 main estimates and would like to report progress with one motion carried that consideration of table document 448-20 brackets 1 is concluded and that the House concur on those estimates and that an appropriation bill to be based herein be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Member from the Decho. I have a seconder. Wow, let's go see that young lady from Cam Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Reports on the Committee of the Whole, reports on Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Order of the day, Clerk Mercurdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, March 5th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, notices of motion, Motions 70-20 brackets 1, 71-20 brackets 1, 72-20 brackets 1, 73-20 brackets 1, 74-20 brackets 1, 75-20 brackets 1. Returns to oral questions 1071-20 brackets 1. Acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions. Returns to written question 32-20 brackets 1, written question 33-20 brackets 1, written question 34-20 brackets 1. Replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion for first reading of bills, Bill 46, second reading of bills, Bill 45, consideration Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, Bill 34, Committee Report 37-20 bracket 1, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank Clerk McCurdy for all his great work. Unfortunately, this will be his last time in the chamber, so I'd like to do another round of applause for this young man. We thank him very much for taking his time out from EIA to come work with us. So we're going to keep him, but EIA wants to take him back, so we'll let it happen. Colleagues, this House stands adjourned until Thursday, March 5th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.